Testing. Ooh, very loud. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Nothing. Testing. 1 2. Will you pause your phone so we can see how it sounded on the computer? Testing. 1 2. Sounds a lot better. Okay, great. Guys, we're gonna get started at 10:30, just so you know. No, you can hear Can you hear me now? Yay! Thank you all so much for coming, those who have come so far. We have coffee and donuts on the back table, and our director, Mr. Paul Wester, is going to come up and welcome us for the day.
Good morning, everyone. I see a clicker.
Okay, good.
All right, I'd like to welcome everyone here to the National Ag Library for our second event of the week to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the opening of the National Agricultural Library here in Beltsville. I just have a few remarks I'm going to offer today. You're going to have to bear with me as I work through them because they're not exactly precisely NAL related, but they do make a point that we need to think about as we proceed with the event today. How many people know what this building is? The National Archives in College Park, which was opened up 25 years ago this week, or not this week, this year rather. And it's one of the largest facilities in the country that's related to civil building in the United States and probably in the world, since most of our buildings are the largest in the world as they relate to cultural institutions. So this is a look at the front door. This is the overhead view of the building. And since I have the remote, I'm going to point out where I used to work. I used to work in this part, and I worked in that part, and I worked in that part for different times during the 2000s. But what's most important about this facility and what we're talking about today is Adrienne C. Thomas, who at the end of her career was the acting archivist of the United States, and her official position was the deputy archivist of the United States. Has anyone ever heard of her other than Jill? Okay. So as you can see, Adrienne and I go way, way back. This is a picture on the left from 1996 when she was an assistant archivist, and we traveled the country figuring out what the strategic plan, one of the first strategic plans was going to be for the National Archives and Records Administration. And for those of you who are from NAL, you can see the hexagons in the background. So that's where they all came from. So the ones that you're using today are from the same company and are in the same colors with the same Sharpies that you're using today to do brainstorming about the work that we do here at NAL. And this is on the right, a picture of Adrienne and I after a conference where we both appeared talking about different records and information management activities at the library. But the most important thing about Adrienne is Adrienne built these buildings. She was the assistant archivist for administration who essentially built these buildings. And as we were talking about the transition from Morehart to the subsequent director when they opened this building, we had a person who figures prominently in getting this building opened. So I have one more thing I want to show you. So she was the deputy archivist, assistant archivist, helped build the building in College Park. To prove she was my mentor for her going away, they asked me for this picture of her to put in the montage, and I said to this colleague who was putting it together named Rick, "This is my prized Adrienne possession. I keep this picture on my desk next to my wife. Please return after scanning." So just so you know, I have documentary evidence. The original is here in my binder. You can look at it after if you're that interested. Probably only I am, but that's okay. But this takes us to what we're talking about today and what we're going to be doing today, filling in Wikipedia entries for things that are significant to the National Agricultural Library. So Adrienne Thomas, because she was a prominent figure in the history of the National Archives, she has her own Wikipedia entry, describes her work and some of the, actually one of the most controversial things she was involved in, but not the building of Archives 2, which when I get my time to edit, maybe I will fix that myself. But that's a description that we have for her. Now, if you've been out to our pop-up exhibit, you'll see that a figure figures prominently in the pop-up exhibit and figure prominently in the remarks that were made earlier this week about Mrs. Blanche L. Oliveri, who her title was Assistant Director for Program Coordination Services. That meant she built the building. That's like code. And as Tim kind of alluded to, there are records from the testimony in 1968 that describe the transition at the library and the opening of the library, some back and forth about how the library is not open. What do you mean it's not open? And they didn't apparently figure out how to fund the shelving. So Mrs. Oliveri had to show up and clean the mess up. And so I wanted to point that out, that whether it was 50 years ago or 25 years ago, there are very strong people who are responsible for making institutions like this one come to life. Now, as it relates to what we're doing here today, Blanche does not have a page. Jamie Flood, who's done a great job getting this event organized and was part of our first Wikipedia event downtown, she was instrumental in creating a page and building out a page for my great-grandfather. And I kind of made a shameless plea at that event, kind of like this one. And I should also point out that my great-grandfather's oranges are on the wall here on the side, so be sure to check those out while you're here. But Jamie built out an entry for great-grandpa Wester, but more importantly, we need someone in this room today to check on the resources that Tim talked about and Jamie talked about earlier in the week and fill in the blank for Mrs. Blanche L. Oliveri, who is actually why we are here today in this building, or actually why you're like sitting on furniture here in the building. She was very critical to some very, very important parts of what goes on here. So with that, I was going to turn it back over to Jamie, but first I wanted to thank Jamie and Tim and Susan and Jill and all the staff here for bringing this event together, our outside visitors who are here to help contribute to the event today. I think we're going to have a really good session with good panels and good conversation and actual work as we get moving along. And again, also, we're very appreciative of the folks from Wikipedia DC who, or Wikimedia DC who help support us with refreshments and things like that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over. Thank you. Oh, this is a picture of Dawn over Beltsville with the library. So.
Speaking of Blanche Oliveri, I'm going to do a little bit less abbreviated history of the library for us. If you were here on Wednesday, I spoke very quickly and gave a very brief one, and now I'm going to expand that a little bit, mostly because I'm going to talk about some people who we're going to hopefully edit about today and talk about, her being one of them. Just a moment. All right. So for those that don't know, the National Agricultural Library began as a department library for the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, and it was on the mall originally. And I don't know how to use this, I'm sorry. The first person to talk about a potential for a department was George Washington. He would speak to Congress. I have notes somewhere. Can you grab those for me, Ariel? I'm sorry. I'm struggling this morning. I took it upon myself to edit this oil painting a little bit because I felt like he had a great face for talking about agricultural information and then not getting what he wanted. So that's his disappointment face. Thank you, I'm sorry. So he would first speak on that in 1796, asking Congress to build a committee that would speak to agriculture in the United States, and needless to say, the problems of a new nation would take precedence, of course. It wasn't until 40 years later that agriculture was once again brought to the attention of Congress in 1835 by Henry Leavitt Ellsworth, who would be the first commissioner of patents. He was in today's terms, he would be considered an early technology adopter. He was interested and fascinated not only by new inventions. You can thank him for funding Morse's telegraph, but also new plants and crops. He began distributing seeds and collecting observations from farmers through his friends in Congress. And in 1837, he would speak to Congress and stress for the need of a library of scientific work. And in 1839, he would receive $1,000 to begin that. In 1942, he would begin issuing annual reviews on crops and other agricultural resources in the U.S. and abroad. And this picture is of the Patent Office in 1846. That building might look very familiar. It became the National Portrait Gallery. The Patent Office, I already said that. So he began distributing seeds, collecting observations. Sorry. I'm struggling this morning, clearly. This is an internal view of the Patent Office. I thought it was really cool. These are actually displays of the early instruments and technology, many of them agriculturally based, which was part of him taking such an interest in agriculture. Agricultural inquiries would continue under the Patent Office until Abraham Lincoln's presidency. And of course, as a young farm boy, he was very passionate and aware of the needs and problems facing farmers and agriculture in the U.S. On May 15th in 1862, he would sign the Organic Act, which would create the USDA, and establishing at the seat of the government of the United States a Department of Agriculture. And then 2.5 years later, in what would be his last annual message, he would say that the Agricultural Department, under the supervision of its present energetic and faithful head, whom was Isaac Newton, no, not that one, is rapidly commending itself to the great and vital interests it was created to advance. It is precisely the People's Department in which they feel more directly concerned than in any other. I commend it to the continued attention and fostering care of Congress. After the passage of the Organic Act, Lincoln would appoint his acquaintance, Isaac Newton, as Commissioner of Agriculture. This would actually create some tension amongst Congress because they wanted to use the position for political gain, and the editors of agricultural publications wanted one of their own in the position. And Lincoln felt that Newton was best suited for that as a farmer in his own right and as someone who was also using his agricultural gains to run a dairy and creamery. Lincoln actually met him through him supplying butter to the White House. He also is the reason why we have the U.S. Weather Service, is he championed daily weather reports for farmers, and he is the one who set up the experimental farm on the mall, which in a later picture you'll see that. This is an 1867 photograph of some of the first USDA employees. Isaac Newton is in the middle, and his son is sitting second from the right. Regular appropriations from Congress for library materials began in 1864, and Aaron Burt Grosh's name would show up on the payroll librarian in 1865. There's not a lot on him being chosen. There's not a lot on him as a librarian. He's much better known as one of the founders of the National Grange. And if you read some of his stuff on the National Grange, I think he spent his librarianship forming that, not really focused on the library. This is an 1867 photograph of the first USDA administration building. It was located on the mall side of the present administration building. It from another angle and a little later. In January of 1863, Isaac Newton would outline his plan for a museum in the first annual report to Lincoln. The museum would embrace models of the most approved implements of husbandry. It would talk about soil and rocks, animal feed, the best animals. We actually have out in one of our display cases some specimens from the museum. There's some chicken feed, there's some glass slides. It's very cool. And prior to the 1890s, people were very interested in it, and it was gaining a lot of speed. The head entomologist for the government was actually very busy collecting items for it, not only in the US, but also in Europe. And he created a lot of relationships to keep the museum running and keep items flowing in for it. These are two pictures of the museum when it was in the basement of the administration building. Let's see. Town and Glover was the entomologist who helped get the museum really off of its feet. And actually, in this picture, the fruit you see is made out of paper mache. I know we have a lot of wax items in our collection, but the original ones are paper mache, and they were actually made by John Henley. And then this is a aerial view. From the teardrop lawn to the right, that's the first USDA building. And then that's some outbuildings around it. There's the museum, seed packaging, test plots, greenhouses, and some of the trees planted were what would become the early Arboretum, the National Arboretum. And our first administration building was completed in 1867. It would remain in use, not necessarily as the administration building, until the 30s. And then just again, that administration building's on the left, and that's the museum building. I don't know when it was built, but it was probably prior to 1876. That's when they first refer to it in its own building. And that's the inside. As you can see, it expanded a lot from earlier items that were in it. And then this picture I'm very proud of. We don't have a picture of her in our collections, but this is Ernestine Stevens. We're hopefully going to write an article about her today. She was the first female head of the library. She was in charge from 1877 until 1893. She originally began in the patent office. She was privately educated in Louisiana. She knew French and Spanish, and so they actually used her originally for translations. And that was part of her appeal to become the librarian. She would begin this slow move away from museum items towards scientific publications. And Julius Morton's appointment to Secretary of Agriculture is actually what would be her and many other women's demise in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Prior to that, they had been one of the main departments employing women at that time in government. And she would actually remain with the library after her original dismissal as a cataloger until she retired in 1904. Yeah. She had been very concerned about organizing the library, and so I think that was part of why she stayed on to do that, because even though she didn't really have the training, they brought in William P. Cutter, Dewey, some others to help organize, and she was a part of that. I'm sorry? William P. Cutter. Yeah, I think brother of.
Isn't it Charles? Charles E. Cutter is the Cutter. And this is his brother. Yeah. There's lots of families in it. It still happens even today.
Paul is a part of a long line of USDA employees. So William P. Cutter would replace Ernestine Stevens in 1893, and he would be the first departmental librarian to not only have librarian training, but also be appointed through civil service examination. With the introduction of a trained librarian, he would continue the push to organize the library and turn away from museum artifacts towards literature and publications on agriculture. And the appointment of Tamma Jim Wilson would also continue that as he focused the USDA on research. This is the east side of the library in 1899. And this is the USDA library staff in 1901. Seated center is Josephine A. Clark. She would be the predecessor to William Cutter. She was an entomologist in her own right. She is an expert on mycology and mushrooms. Her book that she wrote is actually still in publication and still of use. She was also the creator of Harvard's Gray Herbarium, and she left the she left the library to go and start Smith College's library in Massachusetts. This is the library staff from 1912, replacing there's only 4 of them and I get their names confused. Replacing Josephine was probably our most well-known female head of the library, Clarabelle Barnett. She stands third from the left in the second row, and she and her former classmate and friend, Emma Hawks, who's very severe second from the right, we have another picture of her, and she loves high, tight collars. They would move up through the library together, and Hawks would actually be Barnett's assistant librarian throughout her term as head. Barnett would originate the use of photocopy in lieu of loan, and as the library consolidated, she would actually seek to become the director of the library and would sadly not earn that title for reasons we'll go into in another Edit-a-thon. But her predecessor, Ralph Shaw, would be named director and would continue with that name afterwards.
Jamie, don't you want to at least give the famous quote?
No, 1,000 times no. Can she be director?
Yes.
Like I said, well, I have the note. I'll share it with you. It's just, they just weren't having it. Despite her, Barnett actually urged for her replacement to be picked before her retirement because with the changes she'd been making to the library, she wanted her replacement to be trained prior to her exiting. And despite her extending her start of retirement 3 different times at the pressing of the Secretary of Personnel, Ralph R. Shaw was not selected until about a month after her retirement. Go figure. He would be the director through World War II, and shortly after the end of the war, he received a Superior Service Award from Secretary of Agriculture Charles Brannan for his services to the USDA and the agricultural and scientific communities at large. During the war, he improved library services while also reducing costs, and he invented the photo clerk machine, which was huge at that time. I'm repeating myself a lot. I just like and wanted to share this. This is the library display in one of the courtyards of the USDA administration building. This is around the early 50s. And so with the combining of the department libraries into one, space became a premium. And this is the state of the stacks in the early 60s. They were rapidly losing rare books because they were being kept in a basement that was not environmentally sound. Due to leaking and air, things were decomposing at a very fast rate. They also didn't have the space to bind periodicals, so they were stacked on the floor, and they're falling off the shelves, etc. In 1954, at Shaw's resignation, our hero, if you will, Foster E. Morehart, would become library director until 1968. His focus at the library was to create a research institution, and he pushed for more space. And in 1962, Secretary of Agriculture Orville L. Freeman, who's seated in this photo, would sign the Memoranda 1492, which would designate the library as a national library, which was part of Morehart's vision. Morehart stands behind him. And there are actually many photos together. Freeman was a very strong proponent of the library. This is him at ALA with the NAL display. And this was a graphic that Morehart created in 1965 to demonstrate the standing of the National Libraries as equal partners and field leaders. And he used this to highlight the need for a better facility so that we could keep up with them and function more efficiently. And his graphic and him worked. In 1967, Morehart and Secretary Freeman, whose back is to us in this photo, laid the cornerstone for the new building. In 1968, Morehart would retire from government service about a year before the library was actually completed. John Sherrod would replace Morehart as the director. He was a meteorologist and information scientist by training. He had previously been director of Science and Technology Division at the Library of Congress, Deputy Director of Technical Information for the U.S. Department of Energy, and he would also create information systems for the International Nuclear Energy Group, and he would also help establish the International Agricultural Information System, AGRIS, under the United Nations umbrella, which still exists today. And back to Blanche Oliveri. While Foster Morehart had the vision and drive to get the library where it needed to go. And John Sherrod had ample experience. It was Oliveri who accounted for funding and tracked and kept up with communications, which actually got the library built. She communicated with the architects, and during their meetings with Congress, even Morehart would refer to her for information on spending and what was needed. And during Sherrod's first presentation to Congress, very few months after his appointment, Oliveri would be the one who would do the bulk of the presentation. She supported both directors as assistant director and ensured that the building was built with money left over, $13,000 total, and argued with Congress for funds to furnish the building, like the chairs you're sitting on now. And she argued that it was not an oversight because these items were not actually built by the architects, and she would help coordinate the final move to Beltsville. And with that being said, I would like to invite Miss Susan Fugate up here for the next portion of our event.
You putting something up?
You can start.
Well, I'm gonna wait till they get up here.
Oh, okay.
Ready? Good morning. And as I like to say, welcome to your National Agricultural Library. I'm Susan Fugate, a 36-year employee here at NAL, and I celebrate every year of it. And today I will moderate the panel discussion where we will talk about history. And I'd like to start with a letter that we received after hosting the annual visit of the USDA Wallace Carver Fellows, a group that honors the memory and contributions of Henry A. Wallace and also George Washington Carver. And they come once a year for a visit to NAL. We look forward to it along with our many other visitors, but they're a wonderful group. And we enjoyed them this year as we do every. But I thought that their thank you note was very telling. First of all, it's a handwritten thank you note, which is a little piece of history in itself. So it's a thank you very much for sharing your passion for agricultural history with us. It was an engaging experience that we can't get in school. The displays and the USDA artifacts let us know that history is alive and that it is our duty to both make and preserve it. And I thought that that was a real inspiration for those of us who make and preserve the history of USDA today. So I want to introduce our panelists today. The title of our discussion is USDA Agriculture and the Nation, Events, Policies, and Issues in the 1960s and 1970s. I'll start by introducing Ann Efland. Ann Efland is a senior economist in the office of the chief economist for USDA. And for much of her career with USDA, Ann was a research historian and a social scientist with USDA's Economic Research Service. And it was within the Economic Research Service that the largest group of historians for USDA existed for many years. Anne's historical research has ranged widely in topic, including U.S. farm and rural policy, rural labor, women and minorities, and food policy. She's written many articles for the Ag History Journal, as well as for works on agricultural, economics, and food policy journals. She's a fellow of the Agricultural History Society, a group for which she served as president. And in recent years, she was honored as a recipient of the Gladys Baker Award for Lifetime Achievement in the field of agricultural history. So if you come to NAL, and I like to say when you come to NAL, to use our USDA history collection, which is one of our most popular manuscript collections. Within it, you'll find lots of Anne's contributions and lots of the wonderful benefits of Anne's career with USDA. The second panelist I'd like to introduce is Shelby Calloway. Shelby is the historian for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. NRCS provides technical and financial assistance to farmers, ranchers, and other types of private landowners. And what NRCS does is to basically assure that those landowners and land users have the tools to be good stewards of the nation's soil, water, and natural resources. As historian, Shelby documents, preserves, and disseminates the history of the NRCS and the American conservation movement. He provides insight and leadership to the administration of the agency, influencing the initiatives and the programs that are put in place within NRCS. And he's a good friend for NAL too. He is a great treasure hunter who provides us, as does Anne, lots of treasures that he finds in other agencies or that build our wonderful collections. And our last panelist is Timothy Shepke. He's a reference librarian here at NAL. He has experience in a number of institutions, primarily doing reference as an information specialist, including law firms, nonprofits, and academic institutions. And I think sometimes Tim's contribution is way beyond his reference work. He has an amazing curiosity that brings our collections to life. And he invigorates those of us who have worked here for a long time to re-engage with our collections and to appreciate the really rich history within our collections, which are immense. And it's always good to get back to them and celebrate all of the wonderful material that is documented and preserved here at NAL. And he spotlights the rarity and, again, the richness of the stories within the NAL collections. And with that, I'll turn it over to the panel. And I think Anne's going to start.
Well, Susan, thank you for that introduction. And I was thinking, as you said, that this is your anniversary. Actually, coming up is my 5th year anniversary. Kirsten Nelson, the law librarian at the National Agricultural Library, and I came to that front door on the same day, and we've been comrades in arms ever since. And I think that Susan did mention something that I do find true. I took the job with some trepidation, I have to say. I had been offered a position in another government agency, and I really was going with that previous offer.
But I came in and I talked with Melanie Gardner, and something clicked there, and I turned down the other offer, and I came to the National Agricultural Library 5 years ago, and I have rejoiced in that decision ever since. Susan is absolutely correct. The National Agricultural Library is a treasure trove of information and materials that I could never have imagined. And I serve as a reference librarian, and I am exceedingly delighted every time that I can respond to a request for information and connect that requester with something here at NAL that maybe no other library in the world has or doesn't have in the same way that NAL has. I think Susan actually told me once, and I think this is probably true, that if some worldwide catastrophe occurred and all cultural institutions were destroyed, the one cultural institution that you would have to rebuild civilization as we know it would be the National Agricultural Library. And maybe that's a slight exaggeration. I love the Library of Congress. I love the National Library of Medicine. But I do think that there is something to that. And I hope that this day we recognize that fact. Now, I'm on this panel with two professional historians. And this fills me with great trepidation because I can practice history somewhat here at NAL, but then we've got the people who really know history, and you get a little nervous with the professionals here. But I think there is a link between historians, archivists, and librarians. And the link is that we are concerned about getting the truth out, and that means digging sometimes for information, simply doing a Google search. I mean, I don't criticize anybody for that, and we use Wikipedia. Wikipedians, we love you, but we also recognize that sometimes you don't want to stop there, you want to go further. And so as a reference librarian, I see and I'm part of a team, we call it here the Customer Services Unit. I'm part of a team that digs in deeply. We search primary and secondary resources, and we try to help our users get the facts. We see ourselves as bridges to data, information, and print and online resources. We like to send digital items to people, but sometimes that doesn't happen, and we make them aware that there is a print resource that actually might be even better than a digital resource. And then we go to our staff here and say, if it's possible, could you make a digital copy of this? And even better than, we've increased the usage of the library. The library is not just reactive to these requests that are coming in every single day, and I know because we, as reference librarians, actually, the way we do it now is we spend a week on the reference desk, the virtual reference desk, so to speak. And throughout the day, requests are coming in, and we are answering them, or we are sending them to one of our experts in our information centers that cover animal welfare, nutrition, that are helping beginning farmers and veterans understand the very complicated grant process that USDA has to get people to be interested in farming and understanding how they can be part of that industry. So we do that and reactively, but proactively, and I can see people in the room that I can point to who are everyday catalogers, our digital team, Pat Murphy, and are making sure that these resources that are in the building get universal, worldwide visibility. We know that we have treasures here, and we want to make sure that they are used by those outside the library. So the staff here, they have a range of talents and abilities, and just as we have our gifts, we're serving a public that wide range of abilities, from people who have maybe no access to online information to digital natives. And we want to serve them where they are at and get them the information that is contoured to their request. So that's something that we do every day. I don't have really, I have just one PowerPoint. What I wanted to do is just very quickly run through the resources that I find are very useful, and maybe the Wikipedians can consult with us and Jamie to get further information about some of these resources. There's the general collection. When you stand out in front of this building and you see this massive structure, you have to imagine behind those brick walls shelves and shelves and shelves of materials. That is our general collection. It is open to the staff. Our staff can go up and use those materials, or they can call them down, and they'll be brought down by our super duper experts who are in charge of the collection. Anyone walking off the street can come into the National Agricultural Library Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, come to one of our terminals and request any piece of information that is available in our catalog. It's brought down to them within 15 or 20 minutes. We actually used to register anyone who came in, but now we streamline the process. You just come in and you're reader number 1, reader number 2, reader number 3, and those materials are brought down from the general collection. Now, if you are someone who is really delving into a particular topic, you might need special materials, a rare book, a print, a unique item that is available nowhere else in the world. And when that happens, you need to contact Susan or one of her incredible staff in the special collections. And they will make arrangements for you to use those materials in their area. I wanted quickly, there's the Ag Data Commons, which is focused on agricultural, environmental, food data that is now up and running and available to anyone who is interested in the facts and figures of agriculture. There is the Agricola, which is our online catalog. On site, you have Digitop. You can go out to one of the PCs in the public area, and you will have access to thousands of full-text journals across science and social science. The same databases that USDA staff have access to are available here. So, and I could go through some of the other materials and resources. We have the NAL digital collections, which include things like the Animal Welfare Act, the history thereof, the Fruit and Vegetable Market News collection, organic roots, to understand exactly how did the organic movement start in the United States. NAL has that information. And we are actually right now involved in digitizing a new component of this collection, which is the legislative histories of the Office of General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's going to be a phenomenal resource. People are constantly coming to us asking about how laws and regulations developed, the background for it. This is going to be the perfect collection for answering those kinds of inquiries and doing that kind of research. We have those collections, and then we have, Jamie mentioned the fact that when the library was at the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, not only was there a library, but there was a museum. And in a way, NAL, I think, continues that tradition in a sense of exhibits. And if you go on to our website, you can, in a sense, get a museum experience for topics like canning, local food, the development of the United States road system. You probably may, or you may not know that the U.S. Department of Agriculture was fundamental in helping create good roads for the United States. We have an online exhibit that helps you understand that. And just today, James told me that we have a new online exhibit, which is housing in rural America. I look forward to looking at that exhibit, and I hope you do as well. The U.S., so that's NAL, and just in a nutshell, and I apologize, I've left out more than I've actually covered. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has its own resources, and we are all, and since the focus today is history, we at the NAL are always thrilled to use materials from the great efforts of previous historians. Anytime when I am searching for material and I see the names of Gladys Baker or Wayne Rasmussen or the blessed Vivian Weiser, I know that I am in good hands. I once had a question that came to us. This is USDA, came to us, and of course it was during the month when we were celebrating women's history. And the question came, who was the first female USDA employee? I thought, I don't know. This is going to be a challenge. Turns out it wasn't a challenge. Vivian Weiser has done an article that describes the beginnings of USDA in terms of its female staff. We didn't get an exact name because actually if you go back to the Register of Employees, which does list every person who worked at U.S. Department of Agriculture, the one thing they did not include in the names, what the given name is simply a letter. So it's R. Smith or K. Riley. So we don't know, I mean, it's in there, but to say who the actual first person is probably not findable. But Vivian goes in very quickly and tells you within a few years who the first employees that she's able to identify. So that's the kind of information that historians provide us and that we then provide to the public. Very quickly, some other resources for history that you Wikipedians are going to be interested in. If you have not used Chronicling America, this is not a US, by the way, now I'm out of USDA. If you have not used Chronicling America, which is a resource from the Library of Congress for history, you are missing something. These are digitized newspapers. Starting from the colonial era, they are now up to, I think, 1962 or 1963. You can keyword search every one of those newspapers for information. It is phenomenal. There's also the Core Historical Literature of Agriculture from Cornell University, which pulls together what we would say are basic texts that you should know about agriculture. If you're not familiar with JSTOR, actually the library has a component of JSTOR. That's a database that does provide history, art, sociology. It is a cornerstone for getting articles and materials on the history of agriculture, food, and fiber. Finally, there's the Biodiversity Heritage Library, of which the National Agricultural Library is a contributor. You will find images and texts that can help you with your research. I could go on, but and of course I have on here a listing for Wikipedia. And we do, as I mentioned, use Wikipedia. We very frequently, that's our first stop. We want to get some background information, but in addition to that, all the other resources I mentioned. So I want to just show one slide, Jamie. I'm going to do that by Jamie coming up. So historians are on stage. Golden opportunity. So Jill and Paul said in the springtime, when did the building open up? When did the front doors open up? And I had to say that I had searched, could never find a single date on which the library actually opened its doors. And it was only actually through Jamie's efforts that we found out that it was August 1st, 1969. So we're going to focus on 69, and that's what our speakers are going to focus on. Here is an image. Because when we were asked that question about when the doors open, that's sort of a little question in the history of the United States. And we were searching low, little. But I'm hoping that our historians are going to give us a bigger picture, because I have something of a theory about why it was so tough to find out the date when the library opens. And I'm hoping that, and Shelby and Ann have not discussed this with me, but I'm hoping that there's going to be a kernel in something that they say that I can come up and say, ha, I knew it all along. I knew it all along. So the 69 is a pivotal year. Coincidentally, the library opens. This is in 1968. Some of us remember this. Lyndon Johnson shocked the nation and said that he would not run for president, and he would not accept the nomination of the Democratic Party. Shocked people. I mean, Lyndon Johnson. And so instead of Lyndon Johnson running for president, Hubert Humphrey runs for president. And guess what? We don't have President Hubert Humphrey. We have President Richard Nixon. It's an incredible change of administrations, and I think the ramifications did start to flow down even maybe to the National Agricultural Library. That's a theory, and we're going to just see whether the historians actually pick up on this. So without further ado, Ann is coming up next. Ann has to unfortunately leave literally right after her talk. But I hope I haven't made you late. Okay, all right. So without further ado, Ann Eflin to talk to us about the late 60s, early 70s.
So first, I just have to thank NAL for inviting me to be here. I try to do everything they ever ask me to do. It's been one of my favorite stomping grounds of my life. When I worked as a historian for USDA, I spent a lot of time here. For a historian, an old library like this is just like walking into a treasure chest. And it's amazing because what you find was put there when it was first published in 1890 or 1930 or whenever it was, just still sitting there on the shelf. In fact, I think I'm responsible for having a third of those historical things actually registered on the barcodes back in the old days, because everything I took out I brought down and they had to barcode it because no one else had ever looked at it. I don't think from the day they put it on the shelf. And I also owe a deep debt of thanks to Susan and others who were responsible for bringing the USDA history collection here. That was our reference collection when I worked in the history office. It was in, people ask you a question, you walk in the back room and you find the answer. Vivian Weiser was there, I knew Wayne and others who were there, and Gladys Baker came just before me, and we had such a nice opportunity to answer questions and do research directly in that material that had been collected for years. And so it still exists and it's available and very nicely indexed and with an electronic guide. So I urge you not to be intimidated by how large a collection it is, because invariably when I forget to look there, that's where I find the answer. So I don't want to talk too long about this. I'm going to take a pretty high level picture of what's going on at this period in time. It's a pretty important changing times for, lots of parts of life in the world, but in USDA and agriculture. And I'm going to touch on really three main things that I think are happening, and a fourth that Shelby's going to take responsibility for. It's in his area, conservation and environment. So just to kind of lay out what's happening, we've got a big change going on in the countryside. Farming is becoming extremely productive, but it's really dependent on purchased inputs more and more. So we're getting a greater dependence on credit, adjustments to farm programs to try to deal with this continuing surplus, and also a rising dependence on export markets, because we're producing more than we really need domestically. So there's a big battle going on. We're in the aftermath of the Depression and World War II, and just getting all of those influences that were going on then to increase production for the war, and then keep increasing production because the science was available and producers could become very efficient and reduce labor needs, and we released a lot of labor into the urban and industrial sector, which helped it grow and boom. So there's a lot going on in those changes, but as part of that, of course, we're releasing a lot of labor from agriculture. So what's happening? A falling farm population. We've got a lot of efficiency in the actual farming, but more and more jobs related to supplying farming, and also industrial jobs in other areas that allow people to leave the rural areas. We get a shift in the population. It's already been an urban country since 1920, but by the 1960s, the shift is so large that it causes political ramifications. We have a reorganization of our congressional system to balance representation better between rural and urban, and that upsets the balance of votes in Congress that has a lot of impact on agricultural legislation. I mentioned trade, and I think this is especially important for farming, because what happens is this long period of time where USDA and farm legislation has been focused on domestic supply control, not thinking very much about impacts of that on our position in the world. There's a focus on increasing production and not where is that production going to go. So this breaks out really into a need to attend to trading relationships that fell apart during the war and didn't really redevelop after the war, as countries were trying to increase their own production and feed their own people and try to bring their own economies back. All of a sudden, we have to start finding ways to negotiate trade agreements, to adjust our barriers that are protecting our domestic sector, that helps keep our surpluses in control. So there's a whole new set of problems that need to be solved for agriculture that come from that interest in trade. And on the other side, there's also a growing awareness of poverty in developing countries around the world that brings two things, both for those who see that as an opportunity for new markets. It means that we have a need to be paying attention to what's happening in those places, and for those who are interested in trying to help those places adopt the kind of science that we've had that's made our agriculture so productive. We have the Green Revolution. We have a lot of developmental assistance that's not always out of USDA, but in USDA we have those who are developing markets, those who are working on the Green Revolution and bringing development aid to the rest of the world. And that interest or concern with poverty is also going on in the US at the same time. So in the late 1960s, well, 1965, we have, with Johnson, who was very interested in poverty, we have the War on Poverty, and part of what's discovered in that poverty, in the research that brings that poverty to light, is the depth of poverty in rural areas. A lot of it in the South, a lot of it in the Southwest. In fact, these are areas that have concentrated minority populations. So we have a combination of concern about poverty in these areas and the recognition of the effects of, or the need for civil rights and reintegration of groups that have been excluded from development. So there's within USDA and in the larger picture, we start to have legislation and programs that are focused on helping rural areas develop. So we've got things going on with the Farm Bill, changing the way we help our farmers weather low prices, et cetera. Then we've got changes going on in rural areas. We're starting to look at rural areas as something more than just where you do farming. So it's a whole new set of programs for that. And on the other side of poverty, we're talking about how can we feed people who can't afford to buy food. That also has two sides in USDA, one being increasing demand for food is helpful with your domestic surplus, but also providing for those who aren't able to purchase their own. So the food stamp program comes into being in the mid-1960s, and by the latter part of the 60s, it becomes part of our agricultural legislation process, really by 1973. In fact, 1973 is the first, what we now know as the Farm Bill, which is an omnibus bill that brings together nutrition programs, and I talked a little bit about urban votes and the need to rebalance in Congress, having that nutrition program or food assistance programs votes also built into the same legislation that you need to provide safety net for farmers and provide for trade assistance and other, those things are all coming together there. And the other piece that's coming together is a renewed interest among consumers with how, well, in the early 70s about how much food cost. There was a rampant inflation at the time, and a lot of attention was being paid to the impact of our farm programs, our trade policies, the things that protected domestic agriculture and what that did to the cost of food. And the big catalyst for that was the Soviet grain purchase that was sort of secretly done, and it was 2/3 of our grain exports of that at that time, and there was a connection made between that purchase and the cost of bread. And so consumers start paying a lot of attention to farm programs pretty much for the first time because it seems to have a direct impact on them. The Farm Bill in 1973 was actually called the Agriculture and Consumer Protection Act. Although there wasn't a lot of effect on food prices as a result of that, that farm program did reduce the level of support to farmers at a time when they were able to sell lots of food abroad and able to make ends meet pretty well because prices were good for them. The other thing that consumers were interested in was food safety, and this is will develop into an environmental conservation issue, and Shelby will talk about that, but people remember Silent Spring, and out of the 1962 interest in what's going on with pesticides, we have a lot of concern growing, not just with what that does to animals in the environment, but also to what it does to when it gets inside people. So there's pressure to change the way we look at pesticides. The Environmental Protection Agency has created pesticide registration actually leaves USDA because there's a lot of suspicion about whether or not USDA is capable of protecting humans from and the environment from pesticides at the same time that they're supporting the producers who are using those. But also at that time we start to get a a new emphasis on inspection and concerns about animal and plant health. So there's some reorganization within USDA that moves what had been in the Ag Research Service. Some of the regulatory programs go into the new Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. We move meat and poultry inspection into that. So trying to reorganize the department around these new focused concerns, separating support for production to support for people who are eating the food. That's a change for USDA. It's a little bit difficult to balance the discussion of what's going on in agriculture with what's going on in USDA, but you can see in USDA these kind of changes with we get the Food and Nutrition Service focusing on food assistance. We're moving regulatory programs into an agency that's focused on plant and animal health. We move pesticides outside of the department altogether, separating support for production from the other aspects of what USDA does. And this actually ends up touching on the research community as well. There's a lot of, there was a program called, or an organization, an NGO, the Agribusiness Accountability Project, that came out of Texas. That the most familiar name with that is Jim Hightower, who wrote a book called Hard Tomatoes, Hard Times, about the way that the USDA scientific research community had become completely focused on the demands or needs of commercial agriculture. So there's a pressure even within the research community in ARS to move away from just solving the production problems of farmers and thinking about what are the impacts of those solutions on others who also live around farmers. So I've focused on these, what I call adding to the agriculture agenda, but it's really not just the agricultural agenda, but you can see this was the beginning of that. We live in the middle of that now. In fact, I think we've reached a point where the influences are becoming more from the direction of consumer and non-farmer future for the agriculture agenda and what USDA does. We're certainly not there yet, but this is an era where the origins of all of those things are. So we've got food stamps, we've got the concerns about pesticides, we've got concerns about production, about scientific research, about the world around us and trade. So I haven't talked about Nixon, but I will say that one of the things that happened for USDA as a result of that election was an interest in downsizing. This will all sound quite familiar too. Downsizing government, moving government out into the regions, and to federalization. Actually, ARS was affected by that. There was much more of the authorities and work was, well, the authorities really, the work was already spread out around the country, but a regional type organization that changed the control of research from the Washington headquarters out into the hinterland. So there's a lot of that going on. But Nixon is a bit of an anomaly. Tim and I had this conversation. Even though he was quite conservative in the times that he lived in, many of the things that he did, especially related to things like food prices and energy, of course, as well, would be over the top radical now. It probably wouldn't even have come out the Democratic Party anymore. So times do change, but I think we can look to this period. The library is still here. It started in 1969. The issues that were becoming critical in the agriculture and farm agenda are still with us also and have grown and changed, but they have the same kind of link. And I will say, just because I am a historian, this is not really all the first time that there's been consumer concern about food. We remember Harvey Wiley and the Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, and so there are these kind of periodic cyclical interests in poverty and food safety and trade, et cetera. But for now, in the 1960s and 70s, this is where we see the beginnings of some of these influences that have grown and affected the way we work and live these days. And I will say, I have to catch a train. I got a little confused about my times. So I will not be able to stay for questions. Shelby is quite capable of answering most. But if anybody wants to, got to make our new USDA historian feel very competent. And he is. But anyway, feel free to get in touch with Susan or anyone at the library, and I am always happy to take questions. You can email me or call me or whatever, and I'm happy to fill in this very large 30,000-foot picture of the 1960s and 70s. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. I've got, okay. Thanks. Okay. Okay, great. Got it. Good. And then just, I can just click. Oh, nope, that'll do. Cool, cool. Thank you so much. Well, thanks, everybody. I'm just delighted to be here. And Anne's always a tough act to follow. She's sort of the Dean of Agricultural History at the USDA, and she's great fun. Oh, there we are. It's fun to watch her at like the Agricultural History Society annual meeting, because she walks around and there's just, it's like a celebrity has come in the room. There's a little herd of people around her. So anyway, she's always tough to follow. But I want to talk a little bit today, and thanks everybody for inviting me and doing this. I can't say enough nice things about the Agricultural Library and Wikipedia as well. I think we should say, Tim, as we were walking up here, Tim asked me a question about who was Secretary of Agriculture right before Earl Butz, and I couldn't remember, and I pulled out my phone, and and there it was. It was on Wikipedia. So, you know, you use that sort of thing every day, and I think you don't even realize how much that's just, oh, Wikipedia will know that. So thank you all for what you do. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history in the late 60s of Soil Conservation Service, what is now Natural Resources Conservation Service at USDA. Also going to talk about sort of, try to contextualize a little bit sort of the larger situation when it comes to conservation and environmental issues in the country in the 60s. Which has been interesting for me because I usually, most of the questions I get and most of the things I work on are either very, very recent or from long, long ago. And the 60s and 70s, I don't know what's going on in the 60s. You know, like we sort of skip all that. So this has been a fun thing to get to dig into a little bit. And I should also say I've got a lot of pictures. There's no words though, I promise, it's just photos. And it's, almost all of these are either from, or all of them are either from here or from the National Archives out in Beltsville, which we saw earlier. So the two sort of big things I'm going to talk about are kind of the rise of environmentalism and what that has to do, how that kind of impacts the USDA, and kind of efforts to support the people who are sort of left behind in the 60s, because that's one of those things that you often hear kind of about how in the 60s and even or throughout the 20th century, more and more sort of small farmers are pushed out, and it's bigger and more input-intensive agriculture is what's sort of taking over. And there are, and we concern ourselves with that a lot now still, but there have been efforts to combat that sort of thing, even within the USDA, going all the way back to the 60s. So talk about that a little bit as well. As the environmental movement grew in the 60s, it brought sort of new debates about the relationship between the federal government, agriculture, and the environment. As Ann pointed out, farmers who are sort of the traditional constituency of the USDA in Congress, rapidly shrinking portion of the population by the 60s, and they couldn't really dictate to Congress anymore, and she alluded to that. And so you've got a diversifying constituency who are trying to make their voices heard with USDA policy. And alongside that in the 60s, there's sort of an increasing tendency, which really escalates in the 70s, to question the motives of government experts. So people like USDA are not necessarily, you don't just presume they know what they're talking about. You have a few more questions about that sort of thing, right? Recall, for example, Silent Spring came out in 1962, up here on the left. And I think you could argue that that maybe is the beginning of the mainstream environmental movement in the country. I mean, we could argue about when it starts, but 1962 Silent Spring is as good a time as any. It's the thing that everybody remembers, at least. But there's also a rebuttal to Silent Spring that maybe people don't know as much about, called That We May Live, which was written by Jamie Whitten, who Jamie Whitten was the chair of the House Ag Committee, forever, for like 50 years, from right after World War II until he finally retired, I think in the early 90s. And he's sort of significant because even though he's not, he doesn't work for the USDA, he's a member of Congress, but he does funnel a lot of money to the USDA as chairman of the House Ag Committee. When they decided to give a name to the administration building on the mall for USDA, it's not the administration building anymore, it's the Jamie Whitten administration building. So a big figure. And so he, in conjunction with the pesticide industry, wrote this sort of rebuttal to Silent Spring. And so just bring that up to just sort of demonstrate, when you think about the environmental movement in America, the USDA really is there at the beginning, sort of in the middle. I wouldn't say you're necessarily on one side or the other, but you're there at the nexus of people talking about this and debating about this, right? So USDA is there, environmentalism, it's a place where this is all happening in the late 60s. So got one other picture here. So trying to find a photo in the archives that sort of encapsulates the environmental concerns of the 60s and the changes that flow from that. And I didn't end up really finding one, but I did find this, which I thought was neat. And this is from a USDA photographer, and it looks like from the perspective, this is taken from probably from the roof of the USDA on the mall. It's from 1967, and what you're looking at is smoke billowing over the Capitol there. That is from the Kenilworth dump, which is where the city of Washington used to burn its trash from 1942 until 1968. There was open fires going on at the Kenilworth dump, which is, if you've ever been out to, it's now Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens, which is lovely with all the water flowers and everything. This isn't actually right where that is. This was a little bit south of what's now Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens, which I think is a National Park Service site now. There was a giant dump there. And so this is just sort of, it finally capped in the 70s, but this is, 1968, about the time we're talking about. And I think I like this picture because it helps sort of illustrate how much opinions have changed and sort of how much, you talk about the environmental movement and it's easy to sort of dismiss that and think, yeah, whatever, I guess that's a thing, we should try to be better or whatever. But it really has succeeded in changing attitudes in a fundamental way because like you can't, from 42 to 68, routinely see clouds of smoke over the U.S. Capitol from open burning of garbage. And I don't think that's something that any of us would, or at least for me, that's hard to imagine seeing that and not thinking that was odd, right? And so that's one of the things, it's always fun to do with history is try to look and say, well, how people didn't think this was a big deal at the time, clearly. And so that's a sort of illustrating how much the environmental movement impacted USDA and also just impacted the country, right? It is important. So quickly, just to get back to sort of agriculture and the changing concerns of conservation in the 60s. Soil Conservation Service, the USDA, dated back to 1935. At the beginning, it was primarily concerned with soil erosion, both wind and water, and you've got examples there of water on the left and wind on the right. At the beginning, so these are the kinds of images that most people think about when and if they think about the Soil Conservation Service. You've got soil erosion brought on by inexpert farming techniques that sort of threatens farmers, their homes, and the nation's food supply. And so because of that threat, the federal government gets involved in trying to help farmers keep soil on the field and the nation's agriculture productive. The SCS developed all these conservation methods and trained conservationists to provide technical assistance to help farmers prevent waste and ruin of soil resources while also increasing production. And so you've got, these are good, these are actually from the collection here. These are slides that I think were hand-colored of black and white photos. And sort of on the left, what you're looking at there is very evocative because you've got sort of this gully that's slowly just about to eat this sort of impoverished-looking farmhouse caused by water erosion. And so that's very evocative of this is a problem beyond just this erosion is eating not only at the productivity of the land, but it's like farmers' livelihoods. It's all, your very house is imperiled. And then on the left, this is just a fun, sort of a Dust Bowl image with, I don't know if you can tell, but the blue, most of these pictures are in black and white, and so it's hard to appreciate pictures of dust from the 30s because is that just a fuzzy picture or what? And this one, since it's been hand-colored, you can kind of see this giant wall coming at you. So that's kind of what people think about, right? SCS comes along to try to prevent that sort of thing. So you think about things like terracing, contour strip cropping, land leveling, pond and drainage construction, both engineering and vegetative solutions to erosion. And that's sort of, and they're spread throughout like an entire watershed. Beginning in the 50s, the SCS also exercised authority over small watersheds, and they built thousands of small dams designed to reduce erosion and prevent flooding in the upper reaches of the watersheds. So this is just a picture of sort of a farm that has a very elaborate strip cropping and contour farming plan. So this is kind of, you replace your gully with these lovely, very picturesque scenes. This is just a picture I found of some basically 1940s clip art that kind of gives you an idea of the sorts of things that Soil Conservation Service was doing, sort of since its inception. You've got these sort of steps that are the kind of things they do on their way to soil conservation. So SCS began during the New Deal as sort of an action agency, but by the 50s, the agency had been pretty successful in reducing the most severe erosion. And so that success, paired with kind of the growing availability of synthetic fertilizers, reduced the sense that soil erosion was a national emergency, a national menace, to use the phrase they like to use from the founder, Hugh Hemming Bennett. The soil erosion is still important, but you don't too much have these giant gullies that are about to eat someone's house anymore, and so the pressure's off a little bit. And there's pressure to kind of there's sort of critics at the time would charge that Soil Conservation Service is a little too focused on those practices, the practices we're looking at here. Some of them are better for increasing production on your farm, and some of them are better for sort of safeguarding the environment at large. And the sort of critics would say that during the 50s, you focus a little too much on the ones that improve production and not as much on the ones that are good for sort of everyone, right? So in the 60s, though, the rise of environmental environmental concerns sort of sparked a reorientation of agricultural conservation from preventing soil erosion and improving flood control to protecting water quality and natural resources. So you're moving from being worried about sort of what's lost from fields when soil washes or blows away. And you used to talk about that mostly in terms of, you paid a lot of money for these fertilizers and things, and now they're blowing away. Isn't that a shame? You could make more money if you kept on your field. And so instead of thinking about it strictly or not strictly, but mostly in those terms, to worrying more about what is sort of gained by waterways and bodies of water that are carrying those nutrients and soil away. So like you've got an image here, and this is just sort of soil and water running off of a field. And so you would have once thought about the field, and now you're thinking about, well, all that stuff is going somewhere, and you're sort of more worried about that beginning in the 60s, or beginning to be more worried about that. It's important to say, though, that SCS had always been, even in the 30s, concerned with what happens to soil once it washes away, concerned about sort of the physical body of soils, because that, even if you're not worried about pesticides and nitrogen and fertilizers ending up in your waterway, you are worried about just siltation, and your reservoir is going to fill up with dirt, that kind of thing. So that had been an issue going all the way back to the beginning. But public interest, and thus congressional interest, shifted somewhat as more people began to think about off-farm impacts and the environmental impacts of agriculture, particularly animal waste, pesticides, fertilizers that come with the soil when it runs off a field. For the SCS, though, many of those same treatments that solve soil erosion problems can also prevent water pollution. So some of the old things still work, and you're also sort of developing new strategies and practices that directly addressed off-farm environmental issues. So instead of draining wetlands for production, for example, you begin to talk about preserving wetlands for wildlife habitat or flood control, something like that. A few pictures here. So this is just an example of the sorts of things. This is a photo from 1969 of a feedlot in Nebraska with a runoff problem. This is a SCS photo. And so you can see here, you've just got this huge, you've seen these images, these giant feedlots. And I like this sort of evocative because you've got this little just culvert down there that everything's just kind of running into and presumably running into a stream somewhere. And so trying to instead of looking at that and going, yep, that seems like how that ought to look, you're starting to question that a little bit. The SCS, see, I've got one more, I think. Oh, all right, so these are just some pictures that I found in the archives, and this is only tangentially related, but these were too cool not to show. So there's several images. One of the things Soil Conservation Service does is try, and NRCS still, is try to help, in some cases when you've got streams that are sort of eating away at their banks, you can do sort of stream bank protection practices, because that carves a lot of soil out and can, you know, in this scene, it's sort of eating this field. Nothing else, it's getting a lot more silt and load in the river. It's not good for the river. And so this is sort of, there were several photos in the archives I found of sort of failures of, or non-approved practices that people were doing before the SCS came along. And there were several images like this where people said, well, this, you know, stream's eating away and into my field. We'll solve it by putting a car on it. And there's all these very, like, sort of a little too droll captions on all of them that, like, you know, this is not an approved practice. But even though it might kind of work, but it's not good for, you know, the environment. But then it just goes on and on and on, and you've got these elaborate, like, people would get really involved with this. And again, this is a little out there, but I just thought these were too neat not to share. So these are all this is in Montana, by the way. So yeah, and the quote is, car bodies are not an approved or desirable type of stream bank protection. So again, the idea is USDA, Soil Conservation Service, is providing technical assistance to public and private landowners to help conserve soil and water. And should you doubt that they need technical assistance, here's an example. Another big change is that because of concern about non-point agricultural pollution, Congress and agency policymakers begin demanding more data, more evidence about the state of the land and these, you know, whether or not these conservation measures are working. You're spending an awful lot of money on all this stuff. Does it work? And so to support the needs of the nation, it's easy to see if you've stopped real erosion in a field. You know, it's easy to see if a gully has been healed, if the ditches aren't full of silt, that sort of thing. But it's more difficult to say, for example, how much nitrogen have you prevented from flowing into the Chesapeake Bay? That's a tough question to answer. It's still a tough question to answer even today. And so related to this environmental turn in the 60s, Congress also passed the Natural Resources Inventory Act in 1972 and the Soil and Water Resources Control Act, or RCA, in 1977, both of which sort of tasked the USDA with assessing and producing regular reports on the state of the nation's natural resources and tracking trends in the condition of those natural resources. So, you know, how much topsoil is there? What's the state of it? How much timber, that kind of thing. And those kinds of reports are super useful for policymakers, Congress, when they're planning, and the public, sort of what they're going to do. And I bring those up, one, because it's, you know, there's also a turn in the 60s towards this sort of what we would call now, I don't know, heavy data analysis, but also all that is available online if you all want to look at it. And you can find it, and it's useful because, you know, they use, in some cases, like they take their samples at the same place every year, and so you've got kind of, you can see trends and how things are moving. Very important. That's sort of environmental issues. Beyond environmental concerns, though, the SCS also turned to sort of new concerns in rural America as well, and suburban and urban America for the first time in the 60s, not just those issues that impact farmers. The agency began to emphasize rural development and recreation as conservation planning objectives. One of the most interesting ways the agency appealed to a wider constituency in the 60s was this sort of idea of recreation and what we call multiple use. Multiple use is usually a concept you hear about in the Forest Service with public lands. And remember, SCS and NRCS are working on private lands. For the Forest Service, multiple use is usually a concept that means, you know, you try to balance the needs of the nation for timber, so sort of like sustained yield, things like that, with the other users of national forests, with recreational uses, with grazing, with watershed protection, wildlife, fish habitats, things like that. In the 60s, Forest Service starts to say, all right, instead of kind of shifting and every so often we reevaluate what are we going to prioritize, you say, well, everyone has an interest, let's try to balance that, and that sort of works. The same idea, though, sort of comes to the Soil Conservation Service with multiple use, which is often sort of directed at trying to help smaller scale farmers develop their lands into sort of a second income stream by providing recreational opportunities for the growing number of urbanites. And in return, they can sort of preserve their small farms, the culture of rural America, and help urban Americans maintain a connection with agriculture. And this was a big concern for Orville Freeman. We saw a picture of him earlier, who was Secretary of Agriculture under Kennedy and Johnson, was this, like, they're aware that some of these policies and trends, things that are going on in larger agriculture is pushing out smaller farmers, and this sort of small, diversified farming operation that they kind of remembered from when they were children is increasingly disappearing, and they really feel like something is being lost. And so they're sort of trying to grope around to find some way to preserve those kinds of operations. And this is one of the things that SCS got involved with, is trying to, you know, you provide a little bit of money to help encourage local farmers to do something, provide a new income stream, right? So here's a few slides here. So this is just, this on the left, that's a Soil Conservation Service dam that's impounded some water there. And instead of just have it be a storage facility for water, they say, you know, why don't you put a boat ramp on that? Why don't you put some picnic tables out there? And then it can do more than one thing. Those are sort of obvious, the kind of idea of making small watershed projects more amenable to recreational uses. On the other side, you're also talking about, so that's kind of the public uses, which is what you see here. So you've got like a small watershed project, and you try to make it so that it's more useful. You've got some wildlife preserve area. Why don't you try to sell people where they can come and go hunting, that kind of thing. Again, you back up build these dams, you back up these lakes, put in somewhere where you can charge $1 for people to go fishing, you know, and you've got all these fabulous pictures of people going fishing. The other side that's interesting is, instead of just on these public use sites, what about you, local farmer? You turn your farm into something with a lot of different coming and going. So this is a picture actually from the Yearbook of Agriculture in 1967 that sort of highlights this move. And I just thought this was such a pretty interesting photo. And you see we're in the middle of an orange grove, clearly. And you also, hey, come have an orange and go for a canoe paddle. And it's very sort of Mad Men looking scene to me. But I really like that image, because I think that really encapsulates sort of what's going on. It's like, you know, you do have this, you know, rural America is lovely. Let's try to, maybe you can turn that into something, you know? And I don't know enough about it. There's a really interesting article, if you're interested in more about this turn to sort of recreation in the countryside, by Laura Kohler, who's a local historian, and she wrote an excellent article about it. But it does seem like this is kind of the beginnings of the thing, you know, where everyone makes fun of now, where it's like, you know, you pay farmers to go pick apples, that kind of thing, which always is a little odd to me, but there's a reason you have that kind of, this is kind of where that idea flows from in the 60s. So you can come out, and there are all sorts of interesting ideas here, like you could have like a vacation farm was one of the things the USDA suggested, which is sort of similar to a dude ranch, where people could come out and experience farm life and milk a cow, learn about their food, conservation, and ecology. Go ride canoes at the orange grove. There's so many pictures of this. Again, this is one of those things where I think I found a lot of good photos, and now that's influenced what I'm going to talk about. But these are images from Michigan, and so you've got farmers here leading, you've got sort of a sleigh ride there on the bottom left, and then on the top, that's in the background, you can see, so you've got fields there, but then those kinds of paths out into the woods, those are ski lifts. So in the winter, when you're not able to do farming, you can have ski lifts. This was a day camp that was at a farm. where we're all standing around holding hands around the flag, volleyball at a flood prevention site, and then golf at a former dairy in Georgia. So these go on and on. Archery in Maryland, there on the top left at a farm. Snowmobiles in Michigan, on the top right. And then these girls are hunting at a farm in Wisconsin. So sort of similar, that's the sort of multiple and recreational use project at the SCS. And I just bring that up because I think when we talk about these giant trends, that sort of like what Ann was talking about, what's happening in the countryside and how the sort of the population is changing. It is interesting to note that there are sort of efforts to combat that sort of thing. Similar to multiple and recreational use projects, the SCS, in 1962, Congress established the Resource Conservation and Development Program, RC&D, which provided sort of a framework for local interests to work together to improve the economy, the environment, and living standard in multi-county areas throughout RC&D, through RC&D councils. And that program sort of provided support in the form of assistance. You'd have sort of a staff member from USDA in your local RC&D area who was kind of there to help you write grants and work with local community leaders to try to come up with what's going to work for your particular place in the world. And that effort, actually, the money for that dried up, I think, in 2011. That had gone on from the 60s until 2011. But because I think some of them, as you can imagine, were more effective than others, but the ones that have been very effective are still around. So even though there's not sort of federal funding for them, that idea continues and is still useful. Here again, as with recreational use programs, the USDA is trying to help sort of encourage rural development in the face of shrinking rural populations and increasing poverty. And these are just a few RC&D projects from the 60s, like that's sort of a saddle trail in the bottom right in Minnesota. There's working on drainage issues at a golf course. And that was like a food production. Those are traditional Mexican ovens there on the left in New Mexico for a food production facility. So quickly to sum up, late 60s. Oh, there's a picture. Okay, so this is Orville Freeman. This isn't a very flattering photo, but Orville Freeman sitting down there, who was Secretary of Agriculture during the 60s, and Don Williams, who was the administrator for the Soil Conservation Service, which are these two are the most 60s-looking men you can imagine. But quickly to sum up, so late 60s, time of great change for the USDA and the Soil Conservation Service, both because of new efforts to respond to environmental issues associated with agriculture, as well as concerns about what happens to rural America as the face of agriculture changes. And so that's kind of, to me, when you think about what's going on when this building is coming along, I would think it would be very difficult to say what's going on. It'd be very hard to see the future in 1969, because it's a time of great change. So that's what I have to say. Thanks so much. Let's leave it on a nicer. I'm gonna leave it on a nicer photo.
Well, to Ann, as she's in transport, I suppose, and Shelby, thank you very much, and Tim, thank you very much for your participation in our little glimpse to the past, or a big glimpse to the past. So thank you very much. And I think one of the things that comes to my mind after listening to them and enjoying many of the stories is the thank you note that the participants in the Wallace Carver said, history is alive and it's their duty to both make it and preserve it, and as it is ours. So thanks very much. And now we'll open the floor to some questions. Sure.
So I have a question, Ann and Shelby. Shelby, you're gonna channel Ann. Okay. So one government organization that didn't get mentioned, I'm kind of surprised, both from your perspective and from the talk that Ann gave, is a new agency came online in 1970, and I'm curious to know how maybe USDA reacted to the creation of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Do you know whether USDA might have felt intimidated by EPA coming online? Some of the programs you mentioned, for instance, water quality, definitely they're somewhat shared by EPA and USDA, but I'm wondering if you have any knowledge of how USDA felt about EPA coming online.
Usually the way, I guess, typically, I think, and this is sort of my impression, don't write any of this down, is the kind of the USDA was more concerned with water quality that comes from sort of what flows from agricultural production, what flows in rural America. The EPA is focused more on what we'd call point pollution, right? So instead of at the USDA, it's like there's all these fields and things are running off, and that's a problem, but you can't really point and say, right there, that's where it's all coming from. You know, it's sort of diffuse and large and takes a different kind of enforcement mechanism to control that kind of thing. Whereas for the EPA, it would be more, right there, that factory is pumping whatever into this water supply. And I think that's, and the reason I say, I don't know that USDA would be upset that they don't have to worry with point pollution. I think they'd be delighted to have a different agency deal with that. One thing I will say that sort of comes to mind is when we were looking through the archives at the photos from the 60s that are sort of labeled pollution, which is where a lot of this sort of, where I found a lot of these images. There are more pictures of that kind of thing than, it's very hard to find an image where the USDA in the 60s is talking about the issue of pollution, like agricultural pollution. There are lots of photos in the USDA archives about point pollution, where you'll have like, here's these two little girls standing by a stream that has like suds as tall as they are type thing, or something like that, or, you know, obviously very hot water coming out, and like very evocative, like the exact thing you think about when you think about water pollution. Like there's a factory with smokestacks, and then there's this thing coming out of it into this lovely stream, right? There's a lot of pictures like that, and I think because maybe you could argue that probably USDA is trying to deflect a little bit. And again, these are my opinions, not those of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. But the kind of trying to deflect some of the public outrage about pollution and make sure that when you think about pollution, you think about point pollution and not about agricultural pollution, because there are a lot more pictures of that kind of thing in their archives. I don't know if that answers your question, but that would be my, I don't think anybody would be upset that they didn't do that. No, not as much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the history well enough to say when you kind of shift concerns, because I mean, you know, you're right. Silent Spring there's point pollution, but there's also, you know, you're spraying this stuff sort of everywhere. It gets in everything and eventually it ends up in you. But I think the issues were so, as we saw with the fire at the beginning over the Capitol, I think the issues were so egregious at the beginning that you didn't even have to get all the way down to agricultural runoff. You could start with, there's a pile of smoke over the Capitol building, stop burning trash. You know, like you sort of had to deal with the first, I guess the most obvious. That would maybe be my guess, but I don't know. Yeah. 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 That makes sense. Well, and there's lots of other things we could talk about too. This is just what I was able to find neat pictures about, so that's what I wanted to share. But you know, you could talk about like the wilderness Act is in the 60s as well for the Forest Service, and so you have this sort of development of this whole National Wilderness Protection System. That's also in the 60s and a big deal. The look of the countryside is also changing, not just like the amount of farmers you have, but increasingly things like sort of southern distinctiveness in farming is changing, because now there's sort of no one who's just sort of a generalized farmer who does a little bit of everything. You have to increasingly have a particular production commodity that you're focused on. For example, and that in the South also, like tenant farming is almost entirely gone by the 60s and 70s, and with that also begins the almost complete elimination, like black farmers are starting to disappear, and still that's still working on programs to try to reverse that, but that by the 60s you're starting to see that change in particular. And so, like, you know, you could go on and on and on about the 60s and what's going on. Yes, sir. Representative. His name's on the building because he was chairman of the House Ag Appropriations Subcommittee. He was chairman of the Appropriations Committee writ large most of his tenure there, but because he was a Democrat from Mississippi, and the House was, Democrats were in the majority for most, I forget his exact dates, but he came in the 40s and stayed till the 90s, and so other than really in the 50s, Democrats were in the majority, and so much of that time he was chairman of the full Appropriations Committee, and I think almost that entire time he was chairman of the Agricultural Appropriations Subcommittee, and was, you know, a great proponent of, and because he was from a rural district in Mississippi, was very interested in getting money to agriculture, and a heavily agricultural district, very interested in sort of funneling money to that, and so that kind of came through USDA, and that might get around to some of your questions about funding for this building is too. I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking about that, but that's because so much money for so much of the 20th century sort of flowed through him. You get a building named for you.
So yesterday I mentioned, because Jamie had put me on to the fact that in our collection we have the full set of congressional hearings that cover agricultural appropriations. I'm not sure how far back, but definitely we have them for the late 60s and 70s. We probably have them all. We should. And so I didn't have a chance to really go in depth. But as I mentioned on Wednesday, when the director of the National Agricultural Library in March, every March, would have to go to Capitol Hill, he would appear before the committee. Jamie Whitten is asking him questions about the appropriations. He's asking them, since I only looked at 4 years, 69 to 73. He's asking the NAL director, Morehart, thank you, I can't believe, no, he's asking Morehart, you know, how are things going? Are you having problems? Or, you know, he is genuinely, this is one of the most powerful people on Capitol Hill who is interested in what's going on with the library. And not only he, but all the members of the committee. And they will be asking questions. I mean, Foster had to answer questions like, my constituent can't borrow materials from their local library on a particular topic. Could the National Agricultural Library help them? Well, that's, you know, the ultimate in constituency service, because you're bringing up this very small issue, but here is the director of the National Agricultural Library having to answer for that kind of for that kind of question. Yeah, but when I saw it, I said, "Oh, Jamie Whitten. You know, that's the guy whose name's on the building." Yeah. Yeah. So you didn't hear on Wednesday when and it's actually Jeanette came up to me. We have to probably do a little disclaimer here. I've always called him Sherrod, but no, and Jeff is right there. No, Sherrod. You know, these people know who lived during the time, but it's John Sherrod. But I like Sherrod. But John Sherrod is there. He's only been director for 1 month. And he has to appear in March. You know, the date was set. He comes before the committee, and I'm not sure if it's Jamie Whitten, but the committee members are grilling him about what's going on with this building. And he's been only there 1 month. And so that's when we really understand the significance of Blanche Oliveri, because he'll give 2 sentences, and he'll turn to Blanche and he'll say, but Mrs. Oliveri will fill you in on the rest of this. And that's how that kind of hearing goes. And then he also, the committee also says to John Sherrod, says that, now be careful, I'm paraphrasing mercilessly here. Be careful of what you do. You may make mistakes, but you will not make a mistake if you listen to Blanche Oliveri. And so Sherrod knows what, he knows what to do at this point. He's gotten his marching orders from the committee. Yeah.
I think just before I forget, That We May Live is also, I don't know the answer, but I wouldn't say, it's got Jamie Whitten's name on it, but it was mostly written by the American Agricultural Chemical Foundation or whoever was sponsoring it. I don't know how much he actually drafted. That's sort of speaking to his interests. I don't know that he's sitting down writing it. All right. Anybody else? All right. All right, we can be done. Let's go. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for coming, for sitting so patiently. I believe lunch is here and ready, but if you all wouldn't mind, Gerald would like to take a group photo that we're going to put up on Wiki Commons, if you guys don't mind. Where do we want to? I'll let him handle that. Please be careful of the cords on the floor. They're taped down, kind of. And when this is done, Susan's actually going to be out in the lobby. If you have any questions about the exhibits, she can tell you more about them. And while we eat lunch, Jeff is actually going to show about a 10-minute video from 1969 of the South Building downtown before they were able to move out here.
Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, so Shelby's going to have to run, but we wanted to show an 8-minute film. And this film was created in 1969 in the last days when the library was still in the South Building. It was a document to show what the library looked like and how it operated in those last days before the move. And actually, we even have an image here of the actual move that's taking place. So that's here too. And I don't know that there's anything else. It's silent. It's a silent film with just some title cards, and it's actually kind of beautifully done, but it's just what it is. And Jeff is going to run it. Okay, and Jamie just said you can eat while you watch. Yeah. So, here's an image of the move actually taking place. Oh, it's really kind of washed out. So it's telling you here are the daily activities carried out by the staff. So here's the reading room. And we actually have staff who work here now who know these people and even worked with some of these people. So here's the card catalog. Yay, yeah, right. And we still have, by the way, the library still has the card catalog up in the book stacks. We have the card catalog because of several staff here who refused to throw it out. Oh, and here was some latest library technology using the pneumatic tube to get requests throughout the building. Oh, and look at the nifty receptor for the pneumatic tube. And then a dumbwaiter. This building was built with dumbwaiters, and actually one of them even works still. And these charming librarians are doing reference. Or maybe they're doing processing. Maybe they're not doing reference. I'm not sure. No, she looks like she's doing reference. She's on the phone. We know most of these people. Yeah, Susan, Jeff, Michael Chisley, and Jeanette, there are very few people that don't have names, but we need to document that, definitely. Oh, here's the stacks where you can see at his feet. Yeah, in color. But I mean, how they even walked around there, I can't imagine. That actually looked like a faster photocopier than what we have now. So new books coming in. Yes, we got it. We got it. Now we have to catalog it. Who is this, Jeff? Do you know who that cat? Oh, there were so many. One of the things we're going to talk about this next Wednesday. One of the amazing things about the library is how much material is not in English. And so you had to have experts in a multitude of languages in order to catalog materials. And so we have people whose names I cannot pronounce, but Jeff is, oh, this is wonderful. The library made its own cards. It didn't order them from the Library of Congress. It made its own cards and then shared, obviously put them in the card catalog, but then shared them with libraries throughout the United States, just like the Library of Congress did. Here's Serial's check-in. I mean, inundated every day. And again, most of the serials that came in probably were not in English. That's how wide-ranging the library's collection was. And Jeff, do you know people in this? No, okay. So this is Serial's check-in. The previous one, I guess, was when the serials initially came in. Now they're checking them into the I forget what that device was. It used to pull out the rack and then just flip through the, it wasn't a card catalog. You flipped up the cards. Not a Rolodex. No. It was something just for serials. Okay, here's the bibliography of agriculture. Well, not this, but yeah, this is filler. This is filler just so you know where we are. And of course, the library has the complete set of the bibliography of agriculture. It goes back to 1942, I believe. And what this gentleman is doing is he's creating an abstract for an article that will appear in the, oh, okay, good. We still get moving day here. So the library cut out from the wall and then would have these wooden shelves on wheels. and then they would just one by one be loaded onto the truck. Okay, we know that there were watch this. Oh yeah, there you see things falling off the truck. You know, all right, that's just how it goes. There were 1.2 million volumes in the building at the move. And I think that the move started in October of '68. And my theory is that it took them until the summer to get all of that out. Because there was only one, that was just that one hole, and one truck at a time could pull up. So that is my theory, that it took 6-7 months for the entire collection to be moved out there, but no documentation. What's that? They claim 2 months? No, not possible. Michael Chisley was part of the move of the law library, and he said that it took that, which was minor compared to the general collection. He said it took them months to move the law library. So I'm extrapolating and saying that it took more than a half a year for that to be done. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Film projectionist Jeff. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And so now it's lunch. It's lunch until when, Jamie? Okay. Okay. All right. 15 or 20 minutes, and then you got to go work. All right.
Now that everyone's fed and watered, I think we're going to get started on editing training. We do have some 1960s inspired desserts left from our anniversary party on Wednesday, and Sarah Lee, calling you out. That's all that's left. Okay. They're setting. The lovely ladies from Special Collections are being nice enough to set out some desserts for us. You'll have to turn it on as you need to. So, Ariel's here from Wikimedia DC. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. They were nice enough to provide coffee and donuts this morning and lunch this afternoon. And yes, thank you. And she's actually going to help me run this training a little bit. This is my first time all by myself, so bear with me. Cool fact about this photo, it is actually from 1964. It's the original model of the building when they were preparing the blueprints. Yes, yeah. Out there, I have one of the front as well, out on the pop-up display. Okay, so Ariel, like I said, she's our institutional partner. She's the institutional partnerships manager for Wikimedia DC. That's her username if you want to find her on Wikipedia and right on her talk page. And for those who don't know, Wikimedia DC is the regional outreach organization for Wikipedia and the other projects of the Wikimedia Foundation. Their mission is to promote participation in Wikimedia projects in DC, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, and throughout the United States. And on our event page, which I'll show you how to get to in just a minute, you can go to the PowerPoint and follow along. And I do have a few links in here. You can follow those to get some more information. Just our agenda. Okay, so first we're going to, does everybody have a username in here? Does anybody not? If you don't have a username, please raise your hand. Do we need to go through this part? We can skip it? Okay. If you don't have a username and you don't want to admit it, we have some folks around that can help you with that. All right, to get to the event page, which you do need to go to so we can sign in and monitor edits, go to en.wikipedia.org, and in the search bar, type in the orange letters. And go ahead and bookmark that page because we will use it throughout the day. To set up Wi-Fi is actually on this easel right over here. Yeah, it's a hidden network, so you have to type in the name and it'll pop up. And Tom can help. Is it? I'm so sorry. It's WMDC, not DA. I was really tired when I made this. Yeah. Yes. I'll make a shortcut though for this real quick in case you want to edit that also. Okay. Oh, and there's a 0. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. It's correct now. And actually, if someone would write it on this board, okay. Yeah, Jill's gonna write our shortcut up on the board, so if you don't bookmark it, you can refer back to it from over there. Okay, and Ariel's redirecting us from the wrong one. And this is the page you should be looking at once you follow that. We get to move on? Everybody good? I hope so. All right, and so to sign in, scroll down on the page to where it says sign in. There should be a blue button, and you're gonna click that. Okay. And if you have any trouble, just raise your hand. We have a couple people who are familiar with Wikipedia and they can come help you. Good. Like I said, just raise your hand if you have any problems. All right, so once you follow that blue sign in button and have clicked on it, you're going to scroll down on the next page. Do not type anything. Just click publish changes. And it's pre-populated your username on there, and it'll include you in the event. And again, on the previous page, on our event page, scroll down to where it says please sign in. Click the sign in button, and on the next page it takes you to, scroll down and click publish changes. You don't have to type anything. It pre-does it for you. Okay, and then this is just a FYI. This is the lower part of our work list. As you can see, some of them are in red. That means the article doesn't exist. So I think everything but one has a link that says click here to start a draft article. When we get later in the training, I'm going to talk more about that, but it should pre-populate a page for you to start a new article about the people in red. If it says WD after their name and you click that link, it's going to take you to a website that's wikidata.org. That's separate but still a part of Wikipedia. And if you look at the entry, it's going to give you some really basic facts about that person. Their birth date, their death date, their main job, like entomologist, librarian. It'll talk about, it might link to where they worked or like the most important place that they worked, maybe an award, maybe a role in office. It could also link you to some links that can give you more information about them. If they were a writer, it could have their writer ID number, so you can find them like in the Library of Congress, or usually just in the Library of Congress or in other national libraries. And also, if you see a little arrow, that is going to link you to our online finding guide about that person. It's a link to special collections, and it's going to give you a biographical sketch and stuff that we have in our collections about that person. You can totally use that to help write your article or improve it. So Wikipedia is a multilingual, web-based, free encyclopedia based on a model of openly editable content. It is the largest and most popular general reference work on the internet. It's supported by the Wikimedia Foundation, a nonprofit which operates on money it receives from donors. And you'll see when you visit the Wikipedia website, you'll see EN before Wikipedia. That just means English, because like we'll get into, it's in a bunch of different languages, and we have to have that language subset to separate the different languages. Yes. And you'll find too, a lot of the people on our work list are on other language Wikipedias too. A lot of our entomologists are on Russian Wikipedia for whatever reason. So if you're stronger in another language, please feel free to edit that one. It's all the same format.
And if I could just add one note to that, if Jamie
Sure.
doesn't mind. When you edit articles or translate articles from one language to another, you're more than welcome to bring the existing references on the original article with you, so you don't have to look for English language references for citation purposes. You can just bring the existing ones, even though they are not in English sometimes. But feel free to do that.
And like I mentioned, with a lot of our entomologists being on Russian Wikipedia, you'll see Russian articles about them. So like Russian citations for them in English Wikipedia. So just more about Wikipedia. It's free with little or no restriction. It's created and edited by volunteers like us. It's overseen by Wikimedia Foundation. All edits and versions are recorded forever, and we'll go into how you look at the revisions of an article. You can revert back if say someone added something in factual, and we'll get more into that. There's 5+ million articles in 270+ languages. There are 75,000 active editors a month and 11,000 very active editors. Can you talk to what that means, Ariel? The very active.
Yeah, this is one of those stats that confuses a lot of people, including myself. And what constitutes an active editor. I believe it's you make at least 5 edits a month. But 11,000 active users, I think it's at least twice that. And you can imagine there's millions and millions of articles on Wikipedia across all languages, and that there are only 11,000 people who are behind a lot of those edits is pretty impressive. It's one of the reasons why we assist with events like this, is to grow that pool of people for the diverse experiences and references that people can add.
And free, all content is freely licensed without restrictions. That was one, I think this is the part I wanted you to talk more about. Sorry. So Ariel's gonna talk for a little while.
All right. So all content on Wikipedia is freely licensed without restrictions. What that means is when you write something on Wikipedia or add something that you've written on your own, just know that anybody can come along and copy that text. You are giving up ownership of those words that you are putting together. So just keep that in mind when you are editing. Of course, we don't want to use something we didn't write ourselves. And of course, if we do that, there is a way to add direct quotations into the content of a particular article, as long as we cite it correctly. All images go into Creative Commons, or we expect them already to be part of Creative Commons. You want to make sure that you are staying away when you upload photos, that is from uploading to something that doesn't belong to you or the greater good already. Of course, we have a lot of resources here because they're government owned, but I can't, of course, speak to that, and I'm sure many of you are experts in what it can and cannot be shared publicly. But just make sure that anything that is shared, you are permitted to upload, because what happens is once an image goes on to Wikimedia Commons, which is the photo repository for Wikimedia projects, including Wikipedia, anybody can come along and use that photo for anything, and that includes commercial purposes. So you just want to make sure that you have permission to upload that image. Of course, as I mentioned, commercial use is acceptable, but what a lot of people do with it, of course, is academic-based. I haven't seen too much commercial use of images from Commons, so you should be okay with anything you want to share, but just please keep that in mind. Did you want me to go along? You want to do this part? Okay. Oh, sure. I will keep going. Yeah, I just want to say a little aside for a moment. I'm so happy that Jamie is here as the Wikipedian in residence. I met Jamie through another Wikimedian. I was relatively new to the Wikimedia community when I started this job as institutional partnerships manager. My personal background is in nonprofit management and arts administration. Particularly as an education director at a historic site and museum, and then later as a grant maker for the arts and humanities in DC. So I came into this with very little Wikimedia experience, and I met Jamie at an event, and we really hit it off and got to chatting, and I'm just so glad that she's able to bring her skills here to NAL. So that said, okay, moving on a little bit about Wikipedia. And I will say one more side really quick. Some of this may seem familiar. Some of this, if it's brand new to you, please don't be intimidated. One of the things that we try to do with these events is really take the veil off of some of these things that people may not even try to do because they assume that, oh, it's IT, it's tech, it's beyond my skill level. But we really try to present these functions of Wikipedia in a way that's easy to understand. So some of these things may seem familiar to you from other programs like Microsoft Word, working with Google, and programs like that. And of course, if you do hit a stumbling block and have a question, please feel free to ask us, but I can also share my email, and I'm sure Jamie will be available to help you with things at a later date. And this event page, one of the great things about our event, the event pages for events that we assist with, is that all the links to all of these things we're going to review remain live. So if you said, oh, I forgot how to do XYZ, you can always go back to the page and remind yourself or reach out to us directly. So what is a wiki? It's a word that we hear thrown around a lot, but some of us may not know what it is. It's a website that anyone can edit at any time. The edits are meant to be quick, though that's not always the case. It remembers all versions, as Jamie mentioned before, and it hyperlinks between pages. So if anyone's ever jumped down that Wikipedia rabbit hole where you started learning about organic oranges from Florida, and next thing you know, you're learning about keeping up with the Kardashians, and you have no idea how that happened, that is what we like to call the Wikipedia rabbit hole. That's one of the things we'll be learning about today, how to link one article to another, especially when we're dealing with biographies of people who worked at a particular location or were involved with particular projects. Even if you don't want to add content, you can look for hyperlinks or potential hyperlinks in articles that already exist about them and just sit there and hyperlink to other Wikipedia articles. That's a great way to edit. I like to say a lot of it's about quality, not so much about quantity in the actual written word sometimes, but more about how can we make this article better. And one of those ways is to hyperlink to things that were related to that particular article. So Wikipedia's 5 pillars. These are really the building blocks of Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. It's written from a neutral point of view. It's something we always like to stress at events. You want to make sure that if you are particularly passionate about an area, which in many cases a lot of people edit articles that they're passionate about, that you put forth accurate, balanced information and don't put too much of your own personal opinion in there. Again, all Wikipedia content is free. Anyone can use, edit, or distribute it. Editors should treat each other with respect and civility, and Wikipedia has no firm rules. That's one of those rules that really confuses a lot of people, but really what it means is that there's no Wikipedia constitution. I mean, we're working, it's constantly changing, so it is possible to propose changes to rules, even though sometimes they do get a lot of pushback, but it is an ever-changing encyclopedia, and that speaks to its rules as well. As far as of treating each other with respect and civility, like anything on the internet, we've all heard stories about people not treating each other so well. There is something on the event page called the Safe Space Policy. If there's no need to review it now unless, of course, you would like to, but it is always available for review, and it speaks to what to do if you ever feel threatened by somebody who's communicating with you through Wikipedia. So we always like to mention that. Wikipedia's policies, again, you'll hear some redundancies here, but it's when that is the case, it's the things that we want to make sure get across to new editors and existing editors. Please be sure to maintain a neutral point of view. And when editing, you want to make sure, especially about a new subject that's not, or person that's not yet covered in Wikipedia, you want to make sure that the particular article that you're creating, the subject is notable enough to have a Wikipedia article. Now, what does it mean to be notable in Wikipedia standards? What it usually means is if you can find 3 reliable secondary sources about that particular person, place, or thing, or other, that really support this person's notability, something they did for the greater good, something they wrote. Of course, you don't want to cite something they wrote, but an article about something significant that they wrote or had a part of. And of course, Jamie did a great job of vetting the work list, the article work list that we have here today, and we're quite confident that everybody and everything on this work list is notable enough to have a Wikipedia article. That said, it is always possible after creating an article that somebody could reach out to you and say, I don't think that person is notable enough, and challenge you. There is a way to challenge them back, and what happens is it goes to a vote in the Wikipedia community. I will say I've been with this organization a little more than 2 years, and I've only had this happen once, and I won my case. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, especially with the work list that we're working with today. You want to make sure that all the sources that you're citing are verifiable. And of course, we're in a library, and you're experienced librarians in many cases, and I trust you with that. But in a lot of other contexts at our events, we want to make sure that we are citing things that are definitely verifiable and that other people can easily or somewhat easily find on their own if they want to go back to the secondary source that you are citing. You want to make sure that you're not pointing to any original research. You want to, when you're citing your sources, you're pointing to existing scholarship. And one of the interesting or the neat things about Wikipedia is that, for example, if you had a primary source, it's a lot harder on Wikipedia to use primary materials to cite things because people consider that original research. What you can do, however, if there is a blog post from the NIL or if there's a blog post from another government organization or institution and they are discussing that primary source and what it was used for and how it was created or the ultimate history or content of that source, you can cite that blog post instead. So that's sort of what I like to call a little bit of a workaround to using primary materials. But what this does is it shows that that material was vetted by somebody else as being significant or important enough to write about, which means that it can be used as a source for information on Wikipedia. Of course, when you are editing, you want to assume good faith, and that goes back to the safe space policy. And if you have any conflicts of interest, you can disclose them. I believe Jamie, or I'm happy to do it, or when Jamie comes back up, she can talk about how to use your user page. Now, when you create a username on Wikipedia, it gives you a place where you can share a little bit about yourself. I always tell people it's 100% optional. On mine, it just is my name and my title, but some people, when working especially on a passion project or a work-related project, will put a statement there about what they're doing. Now, when working with a government agency or working at a museum or another type of nonprofit organization, conflicts of interest get a little, it's a little more flexibility there, I should say. Because the assumption is that you're working for the greater good and that you're improving Wikipedia to ultimately improve the encyclopedia, not for self-serving purposes, as opposed to someone, for example, who works for Google and wants to up their stock price for the day or something like that. So you're working on behalf of your organization to enhance their mission and share your resources as opposed to something a little sneakier, I should say. But there is a place on your user page where you can say, I'm a librarian at the National Agricultural Library. I'm editing on to improve Wikipedia articles about women librarians or archivists from the early 20th century. If you feel that I have a conflict because I work for the library, please feel free to reach out to me, but I'm doing this in good faith. That's pretty much a nutshell thing that you can write, though you are not required to do that. Mm-hmm. It is, and right. So if you are doing it as part of your job, you definitely do want to include that you are editing with somebody could flag you for conflict of interest. One of the things that I would recommend is, Jamie, do you have the statement, the approved statement on your username? Okay. Okay, great. So because Jamie is the Wikipedian in residence here, and she is doing this as part of her job, there is a statement that she has on her user page. And another good statement that I can point you towards is Dominic Bird McDevitt, who works for the National Archives, and he is the Wikipedian in residence over there, and he also has disclosed his.
I definitely pulled my statements from Dominic's page, actually.
Yeah.
So on my user page, which if you want to look for me, it's user:jamie-nal. I have like a brief about me, and then I have a paragraph about the library and our, and what we do in our role. And I say, when I edit Wikipedia as part of my duties, I strictly abide by Wikipedia's accepted practices on conflicts of interest, neutrality, and notability. And then I have a disclaimer that says I work for the National Agricultural Library, and this is the account I use for edits and statements I make in that role. And what I do if I edit an article, a lot of what I do is I'll read articles, and if it refers to something that we have more of in our collection, I'll add links to our collection. Or if it doesn't say anything about, for example, Charles Valentine Riley. We have a large collection of his here. He has collections at a couple other institutions as well, but he didn't have that on Wikipedia. So what I did was I went in and I made a section. I think it says other works. And then I went through and I linked to all of his collections, not just ours here. And I feel like that's part of my role. If I'm going to make a statement about something that we have here at NAL, I make a point to also try and make statements about other similar things elsewhere, so that I'm kind of avoiding this conflict of interest by not just making it about the library and what I have, because I think some people would see that almost as an advertisement, and that's one of the things that we're trying not to do at Wikipedia. And you can also go onto the talk page and make a note about, I do work at this institution, but I did this, and explain your edit. And that's also why I have these extra statements on my user page, so that someone's like, who is this person writing about this? They can go and see who I am and what my role is. Now, mind you, my other Wikipedia handle that I had before I started working here, I don't even have a user page for it. It exists, but there's nothing on it.
Yeah, and as Jamie mentioned about the talk page, every article that's on Wikipedia also has a talk page, which she will review where you can find that talk page. That's a place where you can have behind-the-scenes conversation about that particular topic. And that, as she said, is definitely a good place to possibly not so much suggest content, but give people links to things that might be useful if you feel like you're not in a place, a conflict of interest free place to edit that particular article. Okay, Jamie, do you want me to keep going? Sure. Okay, so why do we edit Wikipedia? Because facts matter. This Facts Matter campaign was started by the Wikimedia Foundation, who are the folks who fund Wikipedia. I believe there's an embedded link here, and these slides are also on the event page in PDF format. So you're more than welcome to go, and I'm not going to go ahead and click this, but there's I think 3 or 4 minute video that the foundation produced about facts and how we present them on the internet. We want to, of course, it was in response to some of the things that happen occasionally where information is misrepresented or not factual. We want to make sure that everything that we are including in Wikipedia is as factual as possible and includes quality references. One of the things that we typically talk about at events at which we're assisting is the editor gender gap. This, like many things, persists in a lot of fields, but we do our best in a lot of the programs to address it. So currently, only 1 out of 10 Wikipedia editors identifies as female, so that's about 10% of Wikipedia editors that identify as female. And ultimately, it translates into a lesser number of English language biographies about women, that's the theory, rather. So in November 2014, it was recorded that about 15% of biographies on Wikipedia were about women, or I should say English Wikipedia were about women. And that number has gone up. This stat from March 2019, it was about 17.74%. I can say that as of last week, it was up to 18.04, so we are making some headway there. But I'd say about 80% of events that Wikimedia DC does now focus on gender. It's interesting because it's in our strategic plan, one of the number one items, our action items in the strategic plan is to help to address the gender gap. But because it seems to be a common theme within a lot of organizations and institutions, when we are approached by organizations, a lot of them already have an idea to work on a similar project. So we're having a lot of synergy there. I believe there are a number of women on this work list today. So if there is something that you would like to add, an article you would like to add to or create, that is always encouraged. Though, of course, please feel free to edit the articles that appeal to you. So how can we close this gender gap? Of course, as I mentioned, doing events that focus on gender or include diverse work lists, article work lists. You can also engage with projects like Women in Red. Women in Red is a Wikimedia project that creates new articles about women across all fields. And I should say fields as far as profession, nationality, notability. The reason, of course, it's called Women in Red is if you've ever seen a Wikipedia article that's a red link instead of a blue link. A red link implies the link that the article does not yet exist, but it is most likely worthy of an article. In fact, that person or place is possibly notable enough to have one. So there are other things that we can do is partnerships with nonprofits, colleges, universities, government entities, and beyond. Okay, so we're getting into the actual how-to of Wikipedia now. So you want to go ahead, if you haven't done so already, and pull up Wikipedia. And I'm going to walk you through some of the things that we're gonna, I like to say, set us up for a successful afternoon as far as editing. I do know we have varied levels of experience here. I see some experienced Wikipedians and Wikimedians, and I do see some new faces. So I am gonna start at the beginning. And if you have any problems, you can definitely raise your hand and I can point someone in your direction if I'm still up here speaking. So what we're going to do is set some preferences. The first thing, again, what I'm going to have you do is open Wikipedia and make sure that you sign in. You'll sign in using your username and password that you created before this event. And of course, you can always log in and log out of Wikipedia by going to any Wikipedia homepage at the top right. There's a login and log out button. In addition to that log out and log in button, you'll see once logging in the middle of the top row, you'll see something called preferences. Now what we're going to do is change a preference that's going to allow you to edit in a more familiar format, unless, of course, you have experience editing with wiki source code. But what we're going to make sure that we do right now is make sure that that easier editing or visual editor, as we call it, is turned on. So go ahead and click on that preference button. Okay, and on the next menu, you'll see the third one over from the left will say editing. So go ahead and click on editing. Okay, and if you scroll down on the next page, you'll see a section titled Editor. Within that section, you'll see a drop-down menu. I'm just going to go ahead and move this chair. I'm not sure if you can see this. So again, you're going to click on Preferences, then Editing, and this is the page that will come up. You'll see a section in the middle of that page titled Editor. There's a drop-down menu titled Editing Mode. Go ahead and click on that, and make sure in that menu you select Show Me Both Editor tabs. Okay, I know this is a lot of steps. It's actually sometimes some of the hardest, one of the most difficult things to convey in a typical edit-a-thon, believe it or not. Just having people navigate through this menu, because it's not as intuitive as some of the other things. But what this will do, it will allow you to see both types of editors. So there's source editing on Wikipedia and the visual editing, or visual editor rather. One, source editing, of course, is editing in more of the code that's could look familiar to you if you're familiar with HTML. The visual editor will let you, it's more of a what you see is what you get editing system. So we want to make sure that that is turned on for you, especially if you are a beginner. So once you've made that selection, you're going to scroll down and hit save. Okay. So again, just to review again, you're going to click preferences, editing, scroll down, select show me both editor tabs and hit save. All right, so what that is going to do, once you have made that selection, just mosey on back to any Wikipedia article, and you will now be able to see, if you didn't see it before, when you click on any article, go to any article, you will see at the top of every article in the top right, the options for edit and edit source. Now to edit an article, of course, you would just click edit to edit in visual editor, and to edit it in source code, you want to hit edit source to edit it in source code. I would recommend if you are new to Wikipedia, I would stick to visual editor just to get your sea legs. But once you get some experience, it's worth exploring the other editing, source editing, because you do get a little more flexibility if that's something you're interested in. So that's actually a user page. Hold on one second. I'm going to see if I can pull up something that may help us. Okay. I'm going to pull up another browser to see if I can log into my Wikipedia. Hold on one moment. What I usually like to do is show you as I'm explaining things. One moment, please.
Don't forget, if you need help, just raise your hand.
Alrighty. So in order to see the edit source buttons, all you would need to do really is to click on any Wikipedia article. So I'll just click on this article at the moment. Okay, and you can see on the top right, I see edit and edit source. Okay, so of course, if I was going to edit this article in Visual Editor, I would click edit. If I wanted to do source code, I would click edit source. But we'll get into what that actually means in a moment a little more. All right, so what is a user page? A user page, as we mentioned before, is a place where you can disclose a potential conflict of interest, but it's also a place where you could share something about yourself. We usually recommend don't share your email address or your phone number or anything personal, unless of course you want to share it there, but we typically don't recommend that. But you can share some information. Some people, if they're involved with with the Women in Red project or any sort of medical projects or established projects on Wikipedia, some people disclose that on their user page just so other people who are also interested in that field will know a little more about them. And the way to access your user page is if you go up on the top right, which is near login and log out, you'll see your username displayed. It's a clickable link. So if you click on that, it'll bring you to your user page. And you can see here, this is where Jamie shared her information. And then if I were to be able to scroll down in the slide, you could see her conflict of interest statement. In addition, on the user page, in that area, if you click on your username, you can toggle back and forth between the user page and the talk page. Now, each person is assigned a talk page. This is where people can leave you messages. You're able to tag other users. Other users can go on your talk page and make suggestions to you and just talk to you on a more personal level. Now, as I mentioned a little while ago, each article also has a talk page. So that's where you, in most cases, would talk about that specific article, though sometimes people will leave you notes about articles that you've edited on your own personal user page. So all that to say, your user page has a talk page, and every individual article also has a talk page. Okay, so what I'm going to have you do now, if you wouldn't mind actually navigating back to the Wiki event page for this event. Again, the shortcut for that is WP:WMDC-NAL50. I know that it's a mouthful, that's why we usually ask for you to bookmark it. And the reason I want you to go back is we're going to view the article work list together, and I'll go ahead and pull that up as well. Okay. Okay, so again, I'm going to go over here as my shortcut, WP:WMDC. Sorry, I'm struggling through this. I used to not be a Mac person, and then I became one, and it's been a really hard time going back and forth lately. One moment.
Ariel, I had someone else having trouble getting to it for some reason. Do you want me to just kind of scroll through it from back here? Okay, so sorry I'm back here. I'm trying to answer questions via email and YouTube, and Tom had to step out, so sorry. So on the event page, at the top, of course, we have the title and then a brief bit about the library and our plan for the day. And if you scroll all the way down underneath, please sign in. There is a link to the presentation that we're working through right now. And there's a couple helpful Wikipedia links, our safe space policy, information on some of the other wikis that are related to Wikipedia, policies, editing tips, etc. And then in the work list, I have it divided through, at the beginning is just some, it's the department itself, which if you work for the library, ideally we would not edit the USDA page, the ARS page, or the library page. But if there's someone who's willing to edit the library page, I do have a special request on there. Or come talk to me and I'll give you that special request. And then the USDA buildings are on there, the Arboretum, the Bureau of Home Economics, BARC, which is our neighbor across the street. And then I have a list of past librarians and directors, which as you can see, we have a lot of red links on that. And actually, the Josephine Clark article just randomly got written like a month ago by someone, which is really cool. It needs a lot of work. It is what we call a stub. And then a list of secretaries of agriculture. The reason why I picked these specific ones is because they were either important, like Isaac Newton, or we have a collection of theirs in our special collections, and that can be papers. With some of them, it's writings and stuff. It seems like we have quite a collection of Horace Capron. He was the second Secretary of Agriculture. And then the list after that are scientists and researchers that they're either they have been librarians, under one of the branch libraries or the National Ag Library itself, or they are people that have special collections here in the library. Not everyone is digitized. That's why not everyone has a link to special collections, but there are some really interesting folks on there. I did try to put as many women as I could find, of course. And that's basically the gist of our list. That being said, if there's somebody not on our list that you want to edit on, feel free. And I'll let it go back to Ariel.
Okay, thanks. All right, so what I would recommend is find somebody on this list rather, that is a blue link. Don't click a red link because you will be asked to create the article. But go ahead and click one. I like to always recommend that you use one as we follow along through the tutorial. It helps make it a little more real, I feel.
If I can, I actually, in the tutorial, I used Deborah Passmore's article. So if you want to use that one, you can.
Sure.
I also tried to get a wide breadth of people on this list to hopefully give everyone something of interest.
Okay.
Kristen had a great question. Click the name, not WD. I put the wiki data link so that when you start writing, you can refer to that if you'd like to, just to check information about them and sources and stuff. So click the name, not the WD yet.
So at this point, I'll just walk you through some of the tabs that you'll see. If you're more of a casual Wikipedia user, you've probably seen some of these tabs, and you may have or may not have ever clicked on them. So we're going to learn about some of them today. I do promise sometimes when you start to actually look at some of how this stuff is done, you'll start to engage differently with some of the Wikipedia articles that you may have just casually looked at in the past. So every Wikipedia article has something called view history. As we mentioned before, Wikipedia edits are remembered. Nothing is deleted. Even if you make a typo and you go back and save it, and if you go back and fix it, your typo, somebody can always go back and look at that version of the article. I always tell people, don't let this intimidate you. People make mistakes. You know, we just want to make sure that we know how to correct them. And we want to make sure that we also have a way to revert any sort of vandalism, though there are some bots that do that, but sometimes things get through. So I'll go ahead and click on the view history button so you can see what that looks like. So every article, every entry here is an edit that was made, and it could be something as small as fixing a comma or adding a hyperlink or adding a good deal of content. So this entry here, each one represents a separate save to that article. Okay, so one of the things you'll notice is there's always a date, and the next, of course, is the username. So anytime that you make an edit, your username will appear. That said, it is possible to make edits to Wikipedia without actually logging in with your username. In that case, your IP or your location internet-wise will be recorded. So we always recommend, tell people that just so we can recommend either logging in with your username or just knowing that your physical location will be revealed by your edit if you don't log in and when you make your edit. So sometimes you'll see usernames, sometimes you'll see IP addresses here. But every edit is marked with a date, a username. Let me click off here. And sometimes you'll see a brief description of the edit that was made. Every time you save something on Wikipedia, you'll be asked, what did you do? Was this a minor change, or describe what you've done? I always tell people you don't have to write a novel. You could say I added new citation, fixed typo, added biographical information, and that's really all you need to write, unless, of course, you want to include some more edits there. But you would just include, basically, you can see, I believe Jamie added something here. I don't want to blow up your personal address. That's your. I don't want to blow up your personal address, but you could actually add a citation. You can see that somebody just put in a quick note there about adding a citation. So we'll go ahead and go back. If you ever want to navigate back to the actual article itself from any of these tabs, all you have to do at the top of the page is click read, and it will bring you back to the article. The next thing we're going to review, and let me just take a look at the presentation. Jamie, do you remember what the next thing was that you had, so I don't have to toggle back? I'll actually open it on mine too, and then I won't have to ask you that again. All right. And like I said, this, as I open this up, I have uploaded this presentation to Wikimedia Commons, and it is linked to the event page as well. So you can always go back if you forgot how to do something, because there's really some good visual aids in the presentation that will help remind you, and also links as well to some of the things that we're going to cover today. All right, so we've done preferences. All right, we've done view history. And the next thing we're going to do is review a talk page. So each Wikipedia article, as I mentioned before, has a talk page, much like your username has a talk page. So if you ever want to see any discussion that happened behind the scenes, at the top left of each article, you can click talk and see any discussion. So of course there is no discussion currently on here, though there have been some projects that were related to this particular person that have been linked in the talk page. So any actual conversations between users, you would put them probably below this yellow section here. And the way that you add them is you click edit, just like any sort of editing any article, which we will learn how to do in a few moments. So again, if I ever want to go back to the article, I can just click article and make my way back to the article. So we're going to review now the actual parts of an article itself, just to get some of the lingo down. So this first paragraph in any Wikipedia article is what's called the lead paragraph. Now there used to be.
If you need me, I have it pulled up on my computer if you need it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool. What, you have the presentation pulled up? Okay, great. What the articles that are on in Wikipedia, the first paragraph is typically the lead paragraph. What I like to tell people is this is a place where you really summarize the person's notability. So of course, you're not going to put in, that they were born in a log cabin out in North Dakota, of course, unless that is part of their notability. That could be, of course, something that you put in the body of the article itself. Here is where you want to put, why are they notable enough to have an article? It's really the place to make your case. That way somebody reading will be intrigued, hopefully, and go into the rest of the article. What I also tell people, it used to be that you'd see citations in the actual lead paragraph. I'm sorry, that you did not see citations in the actual lead paragraph because the information discussed in the lead paragraph was supported with citation content and citations down in the bottom of the article itself. That's not so much the case anymore. A lot of times you will see citations in the actual lead paragraph, but both are acceptable. Okay, in addition, to the lead paragraph in many articles, you will see what's called a photo or info box placement, which over here, of course, we have one for her. There are templates for particular professions, types of things that you can insert on the side here. Sometimes when there isn't an info box that applies to somebody's profession or an individual, a lot of the times you can create one, or someone will just put a photo of that person. But typically, that photo box or info box appears on the top right page of an article. Okay, references. So references in Wikipedia, it's a basic inline citation. It's just like, this is one of the things that when we edit in Visual Editor that will seem pretty familiar to you if you've worked in a basic Word program or similar word processing document. So what we will learn how to do, of course, in the second portion, once we review the tabs, is how to actually insert citations into an article once we've added something or we want to strengthen content that's already there and we know of a citation that supports that content. Okay, so additional sections. One of the things we also will learn how to do is how to add additional sections. So for example, she has a section called Early Life and Education. The next section is called USDA Career. If there's another section that you think warrants its own header, all you would need to do is insert an additional section into that area, which is relatively easy to do. You just want to make sure before doing so that that section deserves its own header and that the content that you're intending to include in the article doesn't belong elsewhere. Okay, now we're going to move on to how do we actually edit or make those changes. So let's say So, Jamie, can you toggle to your screen from there to pull up the presentation? Is that possible? If not, I can just do it from here. It's fine. Okay. So again, at this point, you want to still be sure to have your sample article in front of you. I'm going to have you click on some buttons and possibly type around in the article. You want to make sure that you don't actually save the article yet, unless, of course, you've made a change that you're pleased with. But in a moment, I'm going to have you start clicking through the article. And you know what, Jamie? It's all right, because I'll just do it from here. That's fine. Okay, so let's say you're in an article and you notice that there's a pretty glaring omission as far as somebody's biographical history, or it doesn't note something important like some having to do with her career, or position she held, or anything really. Even if you see a typo or vandalism or anything like that. So what you would do, because we've enabled Visual Editor, is just go to the top of any Wikipedia article or the article you have on your page here and go ahead and click Edit. And the great thing about Visual Editor is relatively new to Wikipedia. Wikipedia wasn't always like this. Once you click Edit, it's almost like a what you see is what you get editing platform, almost like WordPress or some of these new web publishing platforms that are a little easier to understand than years past. So once I click Edit, my cursor starts to flash, and I can really click anywhere or mostly anywhere in an article and just start to type. So again, once you've typed something and you're pleased with it, don't worry, I never save my vandalism here. So let's say I am in an article and I've added something about her biographical information. And we have some resources about here that Jamie has pulled, or if you have any online resources from the collections that you would like to cite, you can go ahead and cite your source for the information you've just added. And all you would need to do that is go up to this toolbar, which once you hit edit, this toolbar will appear. So let's say I've typed my text and I want to cite my source. So I go up here and I click cite. Now right here, it's a great thing about Visual Editor. It'll ask you very quickly in a pop-up menu, what are you citing? Website, news article, book, journal. Of course, you have some other ways to cite something. One of those is using a basic form. So if your material that you're citing falls outside of one of these 4 traditional sources, you can click basic form and customize. But this is how we do it manual. So let's say I was citing a news source, or let's just go with book. All you would need to do is fill out the fields that have asterisks. Those are required. I do say, however, because what we tell people about Wikipedia is Wikipedia should be your jumping off point for learning about a particular topic. You want people to be able to scroll down to the references section and find quality information. So I always ask people, please fill out not just the things with the asterisks, but everything that you know about your source. Make sure that you include everything that you have. So let's just pretend that I completed this form here. So again, I would scroll down. Again, pretend that it is complete. And once you're pleased with it, click Insert, and your citation will generate. And it will be added to the reference list already at the bottom of an article. Now, this, of course, is in an existing article. And you, Yes, question. Yes. Okay. Sure. Yeah, put up your hand. Let's see. Jamie can come. Yep, she's coming. Okay. I'll just keep going for now and then we can come back. So that's basically how you enter a citation. So one of the things I always tell people is, as I mentioned before, you don't necessarily have to add content to an article to make it stronger. You can add a citation to something that doesn't already have one. So let's say you see a really great fact that you happen to have supporting information about, but it doesn't have a citation. So go ahead and just add a citation so that people can find the reference at the bottom. So the next thing we are going to review, one of the things I actually do want to mention, because we are in a library, I'm going to go back to citation for a moment. So let's say I've added some content again and I want to cite my source. So I've clicked cite, and it generates to pops up rather to manual. If I were to go over here and click on automatic, I could enter an ISBN there, and then it will automatically generate the citation for me. And just click OK, and it just pops up, and you can save it. Another great thing is, in many cases with modern URLs, for news sources like the Post or the Times or something like that, you can enter the URL and just the URL for an article that is, in most cases, a newer article, and the citation will generate just from using the URL. So this is a pretty great advancement in doing citations. And that, yeah. There's another interesting thing in this pop-up menu. If you click reuse, if you notice that something is being cited, you're citing something that's already been cited in a particular article, if you click reuse, you can scroll through some of the things that were already cited and just click on it again, and the citation will be created. So adding sections. So let's say again that you see that there's something that deserves its own section, but it doesn't have one. So again, it's just like clicking around in a Word document. You're going to go ahead and just make space between two existing sections. Now, if you go up here to our trusty tool section, which is at the top left, you'll see something that says paragraph with a down arrow. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And you're going to pull up this menu and click heading and just type your header. Of course, I'm just typing gibberish at the moment. And then when you're ready to start typing, just hit enter, and it will not do that. It will default back to the regular font, and you can just start typing. So again, all you would need to do to add a new section is put your cursor where you want the section to go, click paragraph, heading, name your heading, click enter, and start typing. Okay, so how do we create hyperlinks? That's the next thing we're going to do. As I mentioned, it's what we like to call a Wikipedia rabbit hole. If you, let's say, for example, so I'm going to go ahead and actually remove, again, I'm not saving any of this, so don't worry too much. I'm going to remove a hyperlink that's already there, and I'm going to create it again. So let's say you notice that there's something in her article that deserves a hyperlink but doesn't have one. All you would need to do is select it, just like it's very similar to the way that you'd send somebody a link in an email. So go ahead and select the text. So let's say I know that there's an article about Corcoran Gallery of Art. I will go ahead and highlight that text. I will go up here to the link icon, which is the same as what you find in Gmail or something similar. You'd click on that, and I wouldn't even have to type anything else. If the article exists, once I click on link, it'll automatically find it in Wikipedia. You can then select it from the list, and you're done. One of the common questions we get is how many times should you link an article in Wikipedia? Or how many times should you hyperlink a phrase or place that appears in an article? We always tell people you only want to do it once. The first time is enough. So if Corcoran appears 4 times in an article, we only list it the first time and we move on. Now, let's say you wanted to insert a photo into an article. And again, I think I touched on, or Jamie touched on this briefly at another time, but if you ever want to put a photo into Wikipedia, photos that are on Wikipedia must go into Wiki Commons first, or Wikimedia Commons first. Wikimedia Commons is a photo repository of images that are mostly free in the public domain or part of Creative Commons, or can be used freely, or most of the time. There are some exceptions with logos and things like that. But let's say you want to insert a photo into an article, and you know that a photo, or you want to find out if a photo that's related to that particular section is on Wiki Commons. So I usually put mine on the right, but this one has a good number of photos on the right. So I'll put one on the left here. So all you would need to do is find the text that's near to that particular section where you would like the photo to appear. I'm just going to click. So for example, my cursor is now on the left side of the page near this first word of this sentence. All I would need to do is click Insert, Media, and right away it'll connect with Wiki Commons and find any picture that's been tagged with her name. So I could go ahead and click that and use this image. Once you click use this image, it's going to ask you for a caption. You can caption it with something that's acceptable to you. You want to make sure that it, of course, is relevant to the article. I always mention alternative text is what people who are visually impaired, that's what their readers will say to them when they're actually looking at the article. So I always say be very literal, brief but literal in the alternative text section. And of course, for accessibility purposes, that's always very helpful. So I'm going to go ahead and do some gibberish there. So what you want to do once that's done is click insert and your photo will appear in the article. Okay. So let's say you wanted to incorporate an article, or rather a photo into an article, and it didn't automatically come up. So I clicked insert media, and I don't see the photo that I want. You can go up here to this search bar and type in anything. If you think, of course, it relates, you want to make sure. Really, you can't find a thing for Apple? That's weird. Okay, that's strange. There must be something weird going on. But all you would need to do is just override what's already there and look for something else. Okay, the last thing I want to mention, at least in this section, is publishing. So I always tell people this button used to be called Save Changes. It's now called Publish Changes because in most cases, your changes will go live immediately. There are some times when they don't, when it's an article is semi-protected. It won't necessarily go live, but most articles that we're editing today, your changes will be published immediately. That said, you want to make sure that you're satisfied with your changes, and then once you've done that, you click on Publish Changes, this nice blue button at the top, and your changes will go live. Again, I will not do that because I will be flagged for vandalism, but with all the stuff that I've added right now. But you want to make sure that you save often or publish often. And one of the things I also want to mention is if you are editing an article at the same time as another person, and you put a lot of work into it, but they, were also putting a lot of work into it, and they changed theirs first, anything that you are currently editing will be overridden by what they've done. So we want to make sure that you are saving often. Okay, there is something, it's a good time to mention, on the actual event page that I want to point out. It's what we call our Etherpad. It's almost like a Google shared doc where you can share with other people what you're currently editing. Pull this up again. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to close that. Okay, and one of the things before, let me just backtrack a little bit. If you've ever edited something and you want to see a whole list of your contributions or things that you've done, when you log into Wikipedia on the top right, if you click on contributions, it'll show you every edit that you've ever made. So that's also a really good skill to have. Okay. All right, so if you're on the event page or when you're able to navigate back to the event page, if you scroll down, there should be a section, or it may not be on here. I should add it for what's called an Etherpad. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if you scroll down right above the suggested work list, you'll see coordination, and then there's something called an Etherpad. When you're editing an article, all that we ask is if you click on that Etherpad, and you see somebody's already working here, you can just type into it, just like a shared Google Doc, and put your username, the article that you're editing, and please be sure when you are done editing, just write done so other people can start editing that article. This helps to prevent cross-editing, and we don't want you to lose any changes that you've made. Okay, the next thing we're going to review, of course, now we've already learned how to add content, add sources, hyperlink in articles, and add photos. Now we're going to get into a bit about creating new articles. Now, creating new articles is something that I do not recommend if you are new to Wikipedia, if this is your first time at an event. I highly recommend not starting a new article, but when you are ready to start a new article, I typically recommend, especially if you are new, using what's called the article wizard. And again, these steps are in the presentation, but I'm going to just go ahead here and pull that back up. Close out this. Sorry, I'm I'm going to make you dizzy for a moment. Okay. So in Wikipedia, if you ever want to actually start an article, again, I recommend using Article Wizard. Now, to get to Article Wizard, you need to go to the search bar at the top right and type in Wikipedia Article Wizard. And it will bring you to something that looks like this, which is displayed on the screen. It's a step-by-step process. As long as you keep working through the steps here, it'll help you set up the article. And I actually have another way here as well. Another way that you can start an article is, let's say you know the title of the article that you want to start. You can start it in draft format. And what that does is it allows you to start an article and save an article without it going to what's called Wikipedia main space. So you can keep working on something and avoid people coming at you and saying, oh, this article wasn't ready to be published. Why'd you put that here? And then they delete your article. By naming it draft, and then the article title, what you're telling people is this is a draft of the article, please leave me alone. So one of the ways that you start by creating a draft article is you go up into the wiki search bar and just type draft : and then the name of your article. And the first thing that will come up will say, we can't find that article, would you like to create it? So you click on the red link to create it. Okay, and you write your article just like you would. You know, you start with the lead paragraph, you add sections, as we learned how to do a few moments ago. You add your citations, you get it in a place that you're okay with as far as a draft format, and then you publish. Now, let's say you have worked on your draft article for a little while and you are satisfied with it and you'd like to publish it. What you're going to do is move the article or rename the article and to remove that draft : part of its moniker. So what you would do, some of you may not actually be able to see this on your screen, but if you're a new editor, after you've edited for quite some time, you become what's called auto-confirmed, which gives you this privilege. So you would go to the draft article, just type in draft : in the name. Then you would see in the top right button called More, and if you click that, below that in the drop-down menu, you'll see Move. So once you click Move on a draft article, you can rename the article, and all you would need to do is remove draft : and then click Save, and what that does is it moves your article from draft Wikipedia to Wikipedia main space. Again, this is something I don't suspect many of us will be doing today, but it's definitely an option for either today or at a later time. So again, you would just create your article with a draft : and the name of the article. Once you're satisfied, you would go to More and then Move and then rename it as the name of the actual article itself. Again, this is one of the more complicated ways to do it. But as I mentioned before, an easier way and a good way for beginners to start is to use the Article Wizard, where you again go to the Wikipedia search bar, type in Wikipedia : Article Wizard, and then just follow the steps. That's probably the easiest way to get started if you'd like to do that today. Of course, another way to start an article, if you are a proficient Wikipedia article and you don't want to start an article in draft format, all you need to do is go to the search bar, put in the article title. When Wikipedia tells you that the article does not exist, click the red link and start typing. I do want to encourage you, if you are creating an article and you think you have enough information, and by that I mean you have at least 3 independent sources that you are citing and enough information to create an article does not have to be long to be published. It can be what we call a stub article, which is a short article. That article typically, again, has 3 sources. It's got some quality information about what makes this person notable, biographical information, and so forth. So please, if you're editing articles, don't feel that they have to be really, really long to be published. A short article is always good to publish if you have supporting information or references, and you have some hyperlinks in there and some information, because other editors will pick up the torch and keep going and edit that article and add to it as we go. So please don't think that your article has to be 100% complete before publishing. So I always recommend some other tips to edit each article, or most articles on Wikipedia also have categories if you scroll to the bottom. Now categories are not my favorite because they're not too flexible. For example, if somebody created a category, what that does is anytime that that tag of that category is added to the bottom of an article, that article gets added to a list of similar articles. So if I were to click on like 1840s births or botanical illustrators, her name will be added already on that list. Now let's say you see somebody's article and you think they also belong on the list of botanical illustrators. All you would need to do is click on the addition symbol or plus sign on the bottom of the category for that article rather, and click on the plus sign and type in the name of that category and click save, and that person's article will be sucked into that list of similar articles. One of the things, the limitations of categories, is one of the things that I don't particularly love about categories is if you don't know the exact name or title of that category, for example, if I put in, so she's tagged as 20th century American women artists. If you put in artists of the 20th century who are women, it will not get tagged into that article if you just have, the verbiage in a different order. So you need to make sure that if you want somebody added to a particular category, that you know the exact name of that category before trying to add them to that category. Okay, so the last thing I think that's I believe we also have photos on here, how to add photos. But one of the last things as far as working with articles themselves is redirects. So let's say that you know that somebody went by 2 names, but their article is listed only under one of those names or aliases. And you want to redirect people who are looking for that person either on Google, on Wikipedia itself, to the correct article. So what you would need to do is create what's called a redirect. So let's say if somebody was looking for Deborah Griscom Passmore's article, but they typed in Deborah Griscom, which I'm assuming is her maiden name, you want to make sure that they're pointed to the right article, or else if they're not, they'll be told that the article does not exist, and we know that the article does exist. So this is how you redirect somebody to an article. Again, this is one of the more difficult things to do. It's not overly difficult, but it is as far as some of the things that we've learned about today. Just going to put her in here. Okay, so this is what I like to call our target article. This is where we want people to be directed, regardless of how they search for her, whether it's first name, last name, or first name and maiden name, or first name and middle name. So this is our target article. So the first thing I'm going to do is say, okay, well, how do we try to think like other people? How would people search for her if they could? So let's just say that we know that people could potentially search for her by her maiden name. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Okay, sorry, I forgot this is not a Mac. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I've typed in her maiden name, and the first thing I get is you may create the page for this person. So that's how we know that it doesn't exist. So again, I'm going to go ahead and click on this red link to create that page. Now, instead of actually creating a Wikipedia article about her, I'm just going to put a little redirect link so that anybody who looks for her this way will be automatically redirected to the article that we know already exists. So again, you'll have to create the article, even though you're not actually typing much text here. Then to redirect to the article, you go up here to the right side. There's 3 lines on the right side. You click on that. Again, this is one of those things that's not as intuitive as some of the other things that we've learned about today. But again, this is detailed step by step in the slides that are on the event page. So you're more than welcome to ask me or view those slides, or Jamie can help you as well. So go ahead and click these 3 lines. You would then click page settings. And the first thing that pops up is redirect this page to, okay, that's what we want to do. So we select that radial button, and then we type the destination. So we're going to put in Deborah. So we're going to put in the name of the target page. There she is. And as I type, it'll start to auto-populate. So I say, yes, this is where I want people to go. And once I click apply changes, it's going to add a little redirect arrow and a link to the actual article. So once I click publish, Okay, it's going to ask you what I've done. I'm just going to write redirect and click publish. So now I'll go ahead and show you what it's like what it does when I actually search for her by her maiden name, which a moment ago we couldn't do because, yes. A moment ago we couldn't do that because the redirect didn't exist. But because I created one, now anytime anyone looks for her under an alias or her maiden name, it'll be directed to the correct article. Again, as I mentioned, this is not one of the easier things to do, so if this is something you'd like to do today and you need some help, just let me know. Okay, we've done that. Okay, now we're going to discuss, that's as far as we're going to go as far as Wikipedia editing, our article edits are concerned. Briefly, I want to show you how to add photos to Wiki Commons, which is the photo repository where all photos on Wikimedia projects must live first. Okay. So again, to get to Wikimedia Commons, if you want to open in another tab or your current tab, all you need to do is either Google Wikimedia Commons, it's of course the first thing that comes up, or you can always type in commons.wikimedia.org. Now, I don't have a sample ready to go here, but I can walk you through some of the early steps. So, aside from learning how to upload articles, I always recommend people take a look or give themselves a tour around Commons because it's a really great resource for some images that someone randomly could have found and then put up there that you didn't even know exist. I've found some really interesting things up there. But let's say you have an image and you know that it's in the public domain from this collection here or elsewhere, and you would like to upload that image to Wiki Commons. All you would need to do is open Commons and click on the blue upload button. And I'm only going to go as far as this because I don't want to upload anything from this computer that's not mine. But let's say you had a file on your computer. It has to be on your computer first, okay? So you would click on Select Media Files to Share, and it's just like attaching anything to an email. Just find the file or image that you'd like to share. Click Open, and then it just goes through an uploading process. The next step, which I don't have a sample ready, as I said, so I can't show it to you, but it's pretty self-explanatory. The next step is you will release the rights to that photo. Whether it's a photo that you've taken yourself and you know that you have the rights to it and you can release it, or it's going to ask you, is this photo your own work? If you say yes, it's pretty simple. They walk you through a few questions and you hit save. And at that point, you would caption the photo, possibly put it into a category if you wanted to. One of the things I always tell people is name the photo something logical. So try not to include your file name, unless, of course, it's pretty literal, as your folder, as your name for that particular file, or image, rather. You want to make sure that anybody who searches for that photo is able to easily find your photo. So name it something pretty logical. Or literal. What I will say, however, I'm going to back up a little bit, is if you do not own the photo, if it's, for example, something from this collection that you know is already in the public domain and you'd like to share it on Wiki Commons, all you would need to do is when it gets to release the rights, you're going to say, no, this is not my photo. Then it's going to ask you, okay, well, is it in the public domain? Is it part of Creative Commons? And you're going to say yes. You're also going to say where the photo, in many cases, where the photo came from, the collection, and where it resides. You really just will walk you through the process. On the next page, again, you can describe it, add a caption. And I believe there
Ariel,
is,
do you want
yes.
me to demonstrate?
Sure.
I think
that
I
would
know
be good, yeah.
how to
if you
cast
have a
it up there.
Okay, great.
Maybe. We'll see. Is it
So let's say you were, while James getting that ready, let's say you were editing an article and you couldn't find a photo that that's already in Commons, and you would really like to improve that article by adding that photo that you have. You would need to go to Commons first. You would then upload the photo to Commons. Then you would need to go back to your article. And once your photo has been uploaded to Commons, you can click in your article, click Insert Media, and then click look for your photo that way through the pop-up menu in Wikipedia. And your photo that you've already uploaded will come up and you can insert it into your article. Okay. All right. So while Jamie does that, are there any questions about editing itself, things that we've reviewed? I know that this sometimes can be, if you are a new editor, can be a lot of information. But sometimes as you click through and start doing things, it starts to make a little more sense and feel somewhat familiar, especially given a lot of the functions and even the icons look similar to things in other programs, as I said, like Gmail and Word, and some other things as well. Jamie, on the event page, has put some really great resources. Oh, there we go. Really great resources. So feel free to use those or any resource that you know within the library or elsewhere to when editing your articles. All right, Jamie's going to show us how to upload a photo.
Sorry, I'm new to this computer stuff. I have one that isn't uploaded that we're gonna upload together. Okay, so the blue upload button on the right hand side of the screen, I'm gonna click that, and I am logged in. This first part kind of explains to you what you can upload and what you can't. What we're uploading today was created with funding from the government, for the government, so it is within the public domain. You can skip this step for the future if you want to. I always leave it up just in case, but that's just me. So I'm going to select my media file, have it saved to the desktop. There we go. All right, and when it gives you this green check mark, it's ready. I'm going to hit continue. This file is not my work. And let's see. Give me just a second. I'm going to turn the mic off while I type.
So what Jamie is doing right now is just adding where the photo resides or where it came from. So she's writing Special Collections, National Agricultural Library. You can also, if you have a URL in a readily available database or something that you're setting within your organization or institution, you can also include a URL there as well.
So since I'm not the copyright holder, normally you would have to go in here. So say you want to post a work of a living artist or something like that. Or Ariel, can you kind of speak more to that?
This is honestly one of the trickiest thing
bit.
about it. Yeah, I struggle with it too as well because I'm not a copyright expert, and a lot of people who upload photos are not copyright experts. So one of the things that's going to come up is it'll ask you about Creative Commons attributions. Typically, there's a lot of legalese. If you want to read the legal code, it pops up next to each of those. Typically, a photo that we know is already in the public domain is potentially government property, but it is, of course, in the public domain. Will go under Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 4.0, which is the most liberal use distinction. As far as the other ones, I can't necessarily speak to them, but if you are a copyright expert, if you want to learn more about Creative Commons legal code, you're more than welcome to click on those. But if it's something that you know is clear copyright, it typically would fall into share alike, which means that it can be used in any which way. There are no restrictions on that photo, so I typically recommend sticking with those. Again, it's one of those things I wish I could answer better, but we have had some symposium on Creative Commons and using the other legal codes, but it's totally over my head. But just please know if you're uploading anything, or try to stick to things that you know are in the public domain that are totally license free. I do know that Share Alike 4.0, which is the default first radial button here, is the way to go. Yeah.
So for this one, though, I'm going to go down to this work was made by the U.S. government. And it's original work. And then I'm going to click next. And
So this is actually relatively new, the United States government buttons, because we do a lot of work with government agencies that this was recently added.
So now I'm just going to fill this out a little bit. A lot of times what I'll do, if I post a picture that's been digitized in our collection, I will put a link to it in the description box. since I don't have the architects' names in front of me right now, I will come back later and edit this, and I'll also include that in the caption. And now I'm just going to fill this in real quick.
So typically,
I will also put the year that it was made too.
So typically the image title, which is the first box that Jamie was filling out there, that's how people will be able, that's the search term people will use to look for the photo. So when titling your image, you want to make sure that it's something, again, pretty logical. You don't want to name it the file name that you have it stored on your computer. Because when people go into a Wikipedia article and they start looking for photos that are in commons, they're going to start looking by, a logical title or image title. And you want to make sure that you make your photo as easy to find as you would like it to be. Okay, so we have our image title. Jamie did a caption, then she did a description.
I always do really in-depth descriptions. You don't necessarily have to.
Okay, and then next you have the option to include a date. If you know when the photo was actually taken, you can include a date there. And then you can put your photo into a category. Categories are optional, but if you know that it's, let's see what she's going to go with. Okay, there we go. We got two. So Jamie did architecture and brutalism. What else are we going to go with? So you can start typing, and then if a category is already created that's relevant, it'll come up on that drop-down menu.
Also, if you didn't know, this building is a prime example of brutalist architecture, which was popular in the 1960s and 70s. It looks exactly like, I think it's the library at Princeton. The architects made a very similar library at a college campus as well. Princeton, okay. And then they also, they did the library at the University of Toronto, and so they were actually quite popular in the brutalist style, and they actually still exist. And so I clicked next, I think it was, and this is what it looks like. And what does it want me to do?
This is new. It's a new, I noticed this the other day because it's been a while.
It's been a second.
Yeah, it's a new Wikidata feature. So there's some projects within Wikidata is really this online database of all sorts of things that they're working on. They're trying to get everything that's in Wikipedia documented within the database. So one of the things that they're doing is they want to take photos that are being uploaded to Commons and say this depicts XYZ, or this depicts a tall building, or this depicts a brown building, or a brutalist building. So I guess one of these new steps that they have is that you can show what it literally depicts, as opposed to a category, which is more specific. So you can skip that step, though. It's not required, though you're welcome to do it. So once you get to the end...
But we like it when you do it.
Yes. Once you get to the end and you've just clicked publish, your photo will appear. Yeah, Jamie's going to pull up Wikidata real quick.
I'm hoping that it'll link in Wikidata, and I wanted to show that to y'all.
Okay, maybe if anyone would like to actually do that, maybe you could go around, if you raise your hand and then you show. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We only have about 50 minutes left for actual editing of articles, so let's. I don't, but again, I know there was a lot of information thrown at you, so if you are new to editing, please just let us know. We'll be here to help.
And still feel free to raise your hand. We'll keep an eye out. And if you're joining us on YouTube, I'll continue to watch it and answer comments on live chat, or you can email me. It's in the YouTube description, friends that might be watching remotely.
Right. Well, thank you for letting me hop up here, Jamie.
Sorry that this.
Oh, it's
happened
okay.
this
No.
way.
This is good. This is good. This is my first event back in a while after being on maternity leave, so I feel like I'm getting my chops back.
Okay, well then it
Thanks.
worked out for all of us.
Excellent. All right. Thanks.
Actually, YouTube friends, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn off the live stream because there won't be anything else to watch. So feel free to email. I put my emails in the description of the video. Oh, and we have a request to see the list of pages info. So again, you can go back to Wikipedia and you can just type in our link. It's WP:/NAL50 as I type it wrong, and then just hit enter and you're back at the page. And the list, you have to scroll a little bit, is all the way down at the bottom. Okay. Also pulled some stuff from collections that you can use. There is a book of librarian biography and stuff. They're in there. It's a dictionary really with brief biographies of various librarians from the 20th century.